pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, first thing on the agenda is roll call. Amanda?
Trustee Bettinger? Here. Trustee Johnson?
Here.
Trustee Bear?
Here.
Here.
Trustee Meck?
Here.
Trustee Pattison? Here. And Mayor Bachran?
Here. All right, next on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion?
Mayor, I would move that we approve the agenda with one change. We move the airport discussion in front of the unfinished business so that our guests here tonight can get home at a reasonable time.
Okay, do I have a second on that?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, there were a couple of items that were requested for the agenda that were not included. So I wonder if we can get those in the next packet. One is the purchasing policy for the town.
I believe, okay, yeah, the specific purchasing policy,
Mhm.
okay.
And the second is the full water study was not in this packet. We've got the discussion with JDS Hydro, but the
Right.
whole study wasn't included. And there was a request to a vote by the board to include the full water study and any communication regarding changes to the water study with JDS Hydro. And that's not included.
The communication with JDS Hydro was given a 30-day notice on that for Corinne to provide that. So we can put the full study in, and then she does have a Cora request. And if that is completed, it means that the package is going to be huge.
I understand.
Okay.
We've done huge packets, but I just want to clarify, the 30 days was specific to all communication with JDS
Yes.
Hydro. The board did vote to include in the next packet communication about changes that were requested related to when the board and the water committee were reviewing the initial draft, any changes that were requested based on that review. And there may
Okay.
not have been any, I don't know, but that was a board vote.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, do you have those down so that we can make sure they're on the next agenda? All right, very good. All right, any other discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. Next thing on the agenda are announcements. The first announcement I would like to make is we have JDS Hydro on speakerphone this evening. We were not able to get the Zoom to work, but in order for this to work properly, everyone needs to basically eat your microphone, which means you need to have the microphone very close to your mouth so that they can understand us, okay? And that goes just for the recording per se, because if you don't speak into the microphone, it doesn't really get picked up. All right, the second announcement I'd like to make is I am invoking Resolution 2018-09, a resolution adding procedure for and prohibiting open burning within the town of Paonia, Colorado, effective immediately. So this is a ban hereby imposed upon any and all open fires or flames on property within the town of Paonia, Colorado. And it is punishable by a fine not to exceed $250 or imprisonment. Now, we do follow Delta County fire restrictions, and they are at a level 1 ban, which means that we can still do barbecue grills that are operated by propane or other small propane things. We will post both on the website, on Facebook, and out in front of Town Hall the Delta County restrictions and what is allowed and is not allowed, so that everybody knows. And if you have any questions, just call the office and we'll answer them for you. All right, the next thing is we have a dark skies proclamation. Okay, and that is, since the governor did proclaim June as Dark Skies Month, in recognition of the ongoing efforts to be designated as a dark skies community, Paonia recognizes this proclamation, and included in the packet is the full wording of the proclamation. I'm not going to take the time to read it tonight. It's available to anybody who would like to read it. So, next, oh, God, I shouldn't have had coffee. Huh? I don't believe so. We didn't for the last one. One more. Okay. So it also included in the packet is the drought update and the town water information, and that is showing that we are still spilling water, so we're going to stay within our current drought designation. So we're still at level 1. And my computer has now flipped the screen. It's a good day for electronics. Hold on, I'm going to try and make this computer work better. Arg. Okay, moving on. Now it flips back. Yeah, it's still doing lengthwise. Okay. Oh, come on, now it's upside down. The electrons are not being friendly today. It's just not working. It is just not working. All right, Corinne, do your magic thing. Sorry. Yeah, it's only the packet, yeah. And I don't know why it's doing that. Do you have notes in your packet? No, but I refer to it as we go along. Try and download it again. All right, well, while she's doing that, there is a timeline on the improvements we have made to the water system since 20...
Oh my gosh, I think it was 2009.
Okay, since 2009, and it's on a timeline what we've done. The last thing I have is Paonia in Motion did have 2 community update meetings, one on the 10th, one on the 17th, and the survey is still open and will be open for a couple of weeks. If you have not taken, thank you, if you have not taken the survey, please go to paoniainmotion, all one word, .com, and take the survey. This is going to help us with our trails and parks master plan. So community input is really, really valuable on this. So please go to the website and do the survey. If you need a paper copy, I think we can probably get you a paper copy. All right, Dave.
Just for those who are interested about why we canceled the special meeting, we had a special meeting scheduled for the 15th of June. We were supposed to hear from the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission and also from the Colorado Communities for Climate Action. There was a scheduling conflict with those, so we're building those into the agenda at a later date, but that's why that meeting was canceled.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else have announcements? All right, moving on, recognition of visitors and guests. All right, this is the period when we allow people to speak that are on any item that is not currently on the agenda. So, if you want to speak, please raise your hand to speak and be recognized by the chair prior to speaking. Come to the podium, state your name and address. There will be no demonstrations allowed of any kind. Applause, snickering, muttered comments are not permitted nor tolerated. There will be no name calling or personal attacks in these comments or at any time during this meeting. Please present factual information, and if you have suggestions to make things better, then please offer your suggestions as well. Now, how many people would like to address the board on an item that is not on the agenda tonight? I see, 4, 5, 6, all right. So what we're going to do in the sake of time is I'm going to limit this, and you get 2 minutes apiece. So who wants to go first? Yes, Sunshine, come on up.
There we
Very
go.
good.
Okay, my name is Sunshine Knight, and I'm the executive director of the Paradise Theater. So I'm going to use that address because that's what I'm representing. It's 215 Grand Avenue. So tonight, I'm here to show my support for the town staff. I've attended numerous meetings over the years, and I've watched some community members who seem to only criticize personnel and who continually bring up objections regardless of how minuscule. In doing so, it takes, and I'm so nervous. In doing so, it takes away from the purpose of the meeting and the real business of the town. I just want to say that Corinne and Amanda and Cindy have always been knowledgeable. They've been friendly, accommodating, and professional. And I've worked with Corinne for 5 years and Cindy actually for 7 years in a direct capacity. For the past 5 years, Corinne's helped me with permit requests, street closures, and other Paradise business. And she's always been respectful and willing to listen, even when I was frustrated and projects didn't go the way I wanted them to. When she's had to tell me no, she does so with grace and dignity, and is very willing to explain the reasoning behind her decision. Last summer, the Paradise Theater was in dire straits because of COVID. We could not hold events indoors in a safe way with enough people, so we didn't lose money. Corinne and Amanda worked with me to come up with creative solutions for us to host live music in Polis Park, and the results have been incredible and amazing for those of you that have been able to see it. Their actions and their willingness to think outside of the box with me helped save the Paradise Theater. I'm filled with gratitude for their help. The town manager is a thankless job with extensive scrutiny. Everyone makes mistakes, but the majority of us don't have our mistakes broadcasted publicly. I can't imagine how I would feel if at every concert, every movie, one of my board members or community members stood up before the audience and pointed out every single detail and mistake that I made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunshine. Okay, next. Elaine. Hobble on up. I'm not counting your travel time in the 2 minutes.
Hopefully this doesn't wheel away on me.
Okay.
Is that on?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay. Hi, I just have a little statement. I started out in a wholly different way, but kind of changed. And having just come from the park, what a great time out there and what a wonderful thing with the farmers market. I'm really grateful for that. You know, people choose Paonia to work. They choose the area for similar reasons. Many of us share our love for the landscape, the land, the mountains, the river. We love the small town and our sense of community. We love and enjoy the heritage of a small western agricultural and mining town. And Paonia has a unique sense of individuality, freedom, and creativity. Mostly, it is a wonderful place to live, and we truly believe that people would like to keep these ideals that I mentioned while they address the day-to-day challenges, making a living, raising families, and being good community members. I was going to talk about the dark side of Paonia, but I decided not to. And instead, I just want to show gratitude for the many wonderful things that we have here and ask people to kind of reflect on this. I am grateful for the staff and the board of this town for all the time, effort that you put into the community. You take regular beatings by a small number of people, and you keep on bouncing back. Thank you. I'm grateful for our business owners and shops and nonprofits. We are so blessed to have the likes of the Paradise Theater, the Blue Sage, KVNF, High Country News, Elsewhere Studios, the creative, innovative businesses like the Cirque and the Refinery, our 2 breweries, and our anchor businesses, Farm and Home, Don's Market, and Dependable Lumber. Thank you. I'm grateful for the passionate people who support this community through service and through art. Our aging population and our youth are supported in churches and service organizations. We take care of each other. I'm grateful that the community can come together.
All right, Elaine. Finish your sentence. I'm sorry.
Well, okay, I can finish on come together. And my ending is that I'm still optimistic. And I really, really am asking. I'm asking that the people of this community, the people who live here and live in the surrounding areas, can work collaboratively, can work together to take on the challenges that we need to take on. It's so important. We cannot continue to fight each other.
Thank you, Elaine. All right, who is next? Mr. Schwederman. All right, you're on.
Neil Sweeterman, 420 Minnesota Avenue, and myself and Corinne, I think, are the only two people in this room who've been both town staff and on the board. And because I was town staff, I had the ability and I learned how to work the front office, and I would fill in as they were too busy. And I learned very prominently how hard their job is. And I do appreciate how hard the work is, and I really want to support the town employees. I read a book once that talked about throwing stones, and I think if you have a question about how hard our staff works, you might want to sit in their shoes for a little bit, and if you're on the board, you could be trained at the front office and work there for a little bit, and you see how hard it is. So. I just do want to appreciate all their work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil. All right, who's next? Aaron.
Aaron Watson, I'm with Dark Skies Paonia. This is in regards to the proclamation. I just wanted to say that I have a little quote prepared. As Colorado continues to emerge as a leader in dark sky awareness and conservation, I am happy to see the town of Paonia recognize the value of our dark sky resource, which is truly a treasure, and commit to protecting the natural nighttime environment by reducing and eliminating light pollution for the health, quality of life, and enjoyment of all beings, large and small. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. All right, who's next? Bill.
Bill Bruner, Paonia. Yeah, thanks to everybody for the broad shoulders and stepping up. And I do have to say that it's one of the great things about the country we live in, that we have a legal system that gives us public meetings where the public can ask their questions. And I think that's worth fighting for. I'm sorry if the heat gets a little hot in the kitchen sometimes, but like I say, it's one of the great things about living here. So at the last meeting, I thought I was going to be informed about the complexities of annexing Hawks Haven, and I've heard nothing. Could you speak to that for a moment, for my 2 minutes? For my 2 minutes, please?
No, I'm not going to respond to that right now. What we will do, Bill, is we will either produce a white paper or we can put it on a future agenda. But I'm not going to speak to it right now.
Okay, so the proclamation that you sign up and you get your response later is non-operable.
Did you put your name on the
I
list in the
certainly
back?
did, and I
you
wrote
put
down my
Hawks Haven?
questions, yes.
Okay, well then I apologize and we will get back to you. We'll try and find that and get back
All
to
right,
you with your
thank you.
questions. You're welcome. All right, next. Yes, Paige.
Paige Smith, 215 Delta. And first, I want to thank you for the potholes that have been filled in on 3rd Avenue. I just drove earlier today. Looks good, thanks. And this was on the meeting, the agenda, the disbursements in the last meeting. And I'm kind of curious about the pump house that is in Town Park. It was called a pump house, but it's a very nice wooden shed that's backed up right next to the skate park. So I just was curious, is it indeed going to be a pump house? It's all wood, and there's an existing pump house. So I just wondered what that new shed was intended to be used for.
Okay. All right. So if you want to write that down in the
I will.
back, we will get back to you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Yes. Oops, turn on the microphone. No, it's not on. No, the talk button.
Thank you. Put it back a little bit. I'm Gia. I have the laundromat on 604 2nd Street. As I've listening to everyone talk today, and they're complimenting the town and giving their opinions on what they feel. I would like to do the same thing. I think you guys all work hard. I appreciate everything the board does, plus Corinne and all the staff. However, I just think it's taking a lot of time to get things done. And there's always an excuse, and there's always some type of reason why it's put back and put back. My concern is the Board of Appeals. I've talked to Corinne several times. It's also to do with the inspector, and we've talked about that several times. It's been a year now. The Board of Appeals was supposed to be in place when I moved here in 2016. It said it in your bylaws. It's still not here. I'm getting excuses that people need to get out of the first election of the board who were elected to it. There's still no even, like, I don't know, I haven't seen anything working. Nobody, when I needed it, there wasn't a Board of Appeals, so I don't understand why we had to wait a year to get the other people out and vote in 5 more people, because there was never a Board of Appeals. This is in your bylaws. There's a lot of things that aren't being done that are law, and I'm concerned about this. So as much as I appreciate you, and as much as I know you work hard, and it's harder than we know because I'm not working in your, I'm not walking in your shoes, you guys are getting paid a lot of money, and you pay Bo Nerlin a lot of money. And it just keeps getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. And this isn't the only subject, there's several. So I encourage the Board of Trustees and the staff and all of us to work together. Everyone needs to work together.
Finish up your thought, Gia.
My thought is we need to come together, not against each other, and get these things done. Let's get them done. I don't run my business like that. We shouldn't run our business like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gia. All right. Hey, no applause. All right, thank you. All right. Yes, Suzanne.
Suzanne Watson, and I live in Paonia. I want to mention to you, I mentioned it in the last meeting, and I don't know if it's sunk in, but we are talking about the DMEA franchise ordinance tonight. And I'd like to point out that there was a franchise contract that was voted on last fall with Spectrum. The Spectrum people are starting to knock on doors. Colorado state statute does not allow towns to have franchises by contract. I mean, you can, but they have to be in the form of an ordinance. We do not currently have an ordinance with Spectrum that's updated, that reflects the contract that you passed. So what they're operating outside, we're operating outside the law right now. And this seems to be something that I don't know if it was caught last fall, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a utility franchise that has not been properly adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. All right, who else? Yes. Chris. Turn on the mic. Thank you.
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. I have a question concerning articles in the newspaper, the DCI, that quotes part of our board in saying that things were done at the last meeting, and they weren't. I was going to bring the newspaper, and I went off and left it so I could quote what it says that was said in the paper. And I don't know if you gave the quotes to the paper or if it was the person that wrote it. But there was a lot of things in that article that were overlooked or not in the way they were presented. And the one that really, there was a couple of them, but one of them that really brought my attention was where we're paying $10,000 to have the Grand Avenue and up to Poplar Street fixed. And it says it's for $10,000. It doesn't say that that was for a bid to have the bid package made. And the way it reads, if you don't think about it, it says that we're having all that work done for $10,000. And that is not what took place at the last meeting because I was here. And there was other things in that article too that were misquoted or not fully brought out. And I think if there's going to be things in the newspaper, it needs to be the correct stuff. Okay?
Right. Thank you, Chris. Anyone else? Yeah.
I'm just going to respond to that. I don't think she knows. We found out with the RGBH in milk.
Okay, excuse me, we need name
Pamela
and address.
Jackson.
Thank you, Pamela.
We found out with the RGBH in milk, the two Fox News reporters that were hired to find out all about it with Monsanto. The reason they lost after 5 years, there's no law that says news reporting agencies have to tell the truth. Just thought you should know that.
Thank you, Pamela. All right, anyone else? Yes.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. What came up at the last meeting was this purchasing policy agreement that the Board of Trustees has agreed to that is a $5,000 level. That was what the manager can spend, $5,000 or less. Anything above that has to come to the board. So my question is, why these COVID reimbursable grants? Why is that not going through the board? Anything over $5,000?
Okay. Thank you, Christine. You want to write that on the sheet in the back? That would be appreciated. All right. Anyone else? Yes.
Xanadu Sisson, 208 3rd Street. We own 3rd Street Grill here in Paonia. It's come to my attention that there was some grant money that was given out, an opportunity to apply, and there has been several business owners that feel as though they were not told and had no opportunity to receive those funds. Sorry, I'm not a good public speaker. And anyhow, I have a little bit of survey here. It's not a very comprehensive one as to some people that feel like they may not have been adequately informed. And I wanted to bring that to the attention of the people and the board. There's a lot of money that was given and granted, a lot. I don't think the public even knows how much, and I don't think that they realize the differences within what's been allocated versus what's been kept, and I'd love some transparency there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
All right. Anyone else? Yes, Thomas.
Thomas Markle, 302 2nd Street. I hadn't planned on speaking to this tonight, but I have some outlines regarding staff performance, since we're doing performance reviews, I guess, in public. I don't think anybody wants to see failure. Nobody wants to see anybody do a bad job. But I feel that there are some serious shortcomings in the current staff arrangement and some serious problems that may be fixed and may not be. And I'm not going to get into too many specifics, but I'm going to relay a anecdote that happened to me I guess last week, 2 weeks ago, say. Met some people at a neighbor's barbecue, and we were just kind of having general short chit-chat, and the status of town came up. You know, we're talking about water and all manner of things. And out of the blue, one of the people was like, man, this town's just not being taken care of, and cursed Corinne's name, unprompted. And to me, that's a serious problem when citizens are having casual conversations that describe the lack of attention, and these are long-time Paonia residents, people who've lived here their whole lives, and they're moving out of town. Several families are leaving town because it's untenable for them to stay. So know that there are people who are not represented here today who are so upset and disappointed with the management of town that they're leaving.
Okay. Thank you, Thomas. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, let's move on. Does the board want to take action on any of these items?
Mayor, I have questions, but I'll let...
Put it closer to your mouth, Bill.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I
Thank
think
you.
there are questions on specific topics, but I'll hold my questions until that time comes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, just a more general request. When we have questions from the public, and I understand our policy is not to respond immediately, which makes sense to keep the meeting moving. At the same time, since the questions are asked in a public meeting, I think it would be appropriate to have the response public as well. So I wonder if any responses, the email follow-up or whatever follow-up happens, if we could have those responses included in the next packet as well, just for continuity and so that someone reviewing packets years later can see that those were addressed.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. All right. Let's move on to staff reports. First up is the administrator's report.
The written report was included in the packet, and just a couple of additions to that. I wanted to make the board aware that the Creative Coalition plans to do the Pullis Park wall mural ribbon cutting following the Cherry Days Parade on the 3rd at about 11 a.m. I also wanted to inform the board that Public Works pulled soil samples from Apple Valley Park, Town Park, and Lees Park, and have submitted those samples to test the soil for deficiencies in the soil so that we can treat appropriately. And also wanted to make sure everyone was aware, we did post earlier today that we're beginning preventative maintenance on sewer lines tomorrow. So we are recommending that everyone keep their lids closed on their commodes and be aware that you may hear some gurgling and such if they're working in your area when they're, jet lining the sewer lines and such. So that was it. That's all I have.
Okay, questions for the town administrator from the board? Yes, Bill.
First of all, I wanted to recognize that the Public Works is doing a better job of maintaining the park. I see that it's getting water. I've walked through it several times, and it is being watered. One of the members of the public prior to this brought up a question concerning the pump house, as we told us last week, or last meeting, that was recently purchased. Can you expand on that and why we have that?
Yes, so the pump house that was in disbursements at the last meeting actually is being installed at Lees Park to protect the updated infrastructure that was put in with the conversion from potable water to the ditch water, which is now what's being used to water Lees Park. The shed that people are seeing that has been placed near the town's maintenance shed in the town park is actually a shed that we permitted Arbels Farmers Market to place there for their farmers market so that they don't have to haul all of their materials in and out of the park every week.
So that shed just north of the skateboard park is not the town property, it's being used by Arbol?
That's correct.
Thank you. Second question concerns the Ellen Hansen Center kitchen. What's going on with that, and does anybody from the staff inspect the work prior to approving funds for payments?
Yes, I've been in and walked through with one of the members of the board that takes care of the Smith Center as well as one of the contractors. Their portion that was provided through their bid award is substantially complete and has been substantially complete. There are some other projects that are going on inside the the Smith Center, we're trying to stop calling it that, that are not part of the Classette bid work. I have spoken with them, and we do not plan to put the payment back on disbursements until they are completely complete, but typically with any other person that's doing work for the town, upon substantial completion is when we submit the final bill for reimbursement. We just don't provide the check until the job is completed.
Yeah, because when you look through the window, it's obviously that there's work that hasn't been completed yet.
Correct, but that's work that's not part of Classette's duties.
You know, I guess it catches us by surprise. Okay. The third thing I had was the fill station. It's up and running now. Who decided what rate to charge for the water?
The rate increase was part of the discussion when the board modified the resolution for water fees last year. In the fall, the discussion was that we were going to increase to pay dispersed for the change out for the actual software and all of the equipment itself. But then with this updated system, we have monthly fees that the town has to pay so that they have the internet, and so that the computer at the shop is talking to the computers here at Town Hall, so that we can put water money onto the individual accounts and such. I have heard that there's been some pushback. We've heard from maybe 3 or 4 people firsthand at Town Hall that there's some concern about the increase in the rates. We are putting together the cost for how long it would take, as was requested at a previous meeting, how long it would take to pay off the equipment, and then what level would be necessary to continue to offset the cost for the monthly fees.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that the Hotchkiss charges 95 cents per 100. Pitkin Mesa, I believe, is at $1 a 100, and we're at $3 a 100. And then perhaps this is not a right question for you. But
Could you speak into the mic, please? Okay.
Perhaps.
Bill, I think you can turn up your volume on the side, on the left side.
The volume is for the speaker on the equipment. It doesn't actually increase the volume. The only way you can do it is to get right up on it.
Okay. That better? Sorry about that. The 1 million gallon tank and the connection, is that a question for Travis? Is that a question for you?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
The connection of the 1 million gallon tank to the water line. Would you like to address that, or would Travis like to address that?
Okay, can you restate your question? Sorry.
Yeah. Currently the 1 million gallon tank is not being directed into the water system right now. I was just wondering if you're making any progress on getting that done.
Yes, right now we're going through making sure we don't have any leaking seals. Since the system's been off, after we start that, we got a plugged spring line where we're under repairs right now to get that to where we can send more water down to that. Once we get that, we got to bring the tank up to 10 parts per million for disinfection of the tank, and then we'll bring it back down. And as soon as we get it brought back down, do our TC samples, then we can turn it back into distribution.
And do you have a timeline on that work?
Right now, I'm looking at about 2 weeks right now, unless something goes wrong.
Okay, thank you. So at the next meeting, we should it should be complete.
Should be.
Thank you. That's all I had, Mayor.
Other questions from the board? Dave.
2 things. I was really glad to see the professional development happening on your report. I'm wondering with municipal clerk, since that is a online virtual conference, if maybe Amanda was scheduled for that too. I don't know. And then the last one was on the park watering. We had a member of the community who seems to have a lot of expertise about that, and I just wondered if we tapped into that expertise with the soil samples and with the watering schedule. Thank you.
I hadn't spoken with Amanda about starting the municipal clerk training, but that is something we can look into. And I did have the conversation about following up with a community member that offered resources with Public Works Department, and we were planning to reach out and see about scheduling some time that we could meet on site.
Other questions? Yes, Michelle.
We have included in the packet an email from a member of the public and then some staff response related to that email. I'm not sure if that's something, I have some questions about it, but I don't know if that's something we want to review with the town administrator or during the public works report.
I think we can do it with the town administrator.
Okay, and okay, a few questions on that. So on page 26, it's mentioned that the reason for the spring box to be empty, there are several reasons that it could be empty. Do we know which one of those actually applies right now?
So let me see here.
So it says it could be that.
Right. So right now we're not releasing the production water because that feeds the 1 million. So that's the primary reason that there's no water in the box for us, but my assumption would be at this point that the water's also probably been called on. That usually is a spring that gets called pretty early.
Okay, and would the board typically be notified if someone has done a call on a spring that is serving the town? Or I feel like that impacts our water system, so I wonder if that's something that could be shared going forward.
I don't think it's ever been requested or really discussed at that level, but we can absolutely make that part of our reports.
Or perhaps even just during
email.
droughts as a standard piece of information, I think it'd be helpful. Thank you. And then it says, when we're not releasing, we're required to spill at the spring. Is there any way for us to measure how much we're spilling at the spring right now?
Yes, where it goes through partial flume.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. They're
Yes,
partial
where-
flume?
Yeah, it goes through partial flume.
Partial flume. Okay, sorry. So we are measuring what we're spilling at the Bell Creek Spring.
Yes, that's actually Corral Spring, which is a contributor to Reynolds Creek Springs, but yes, they are measured.
Thank you. And then it's mentioned that the spring site rehabs are time-consuming and expensive. Do we have any kind of even ballpark estimate on labor and cost for doing a rehab? For example, on the overgrown spring, what it really takes and whether, if we're going to look at potentially contracting that, what that would look like?
Yes, so in-house and also partially with contractors over the last few years, the main priority's been replacing the lines, the spring lines that feed into the distribution system. But Travis did go on site with contractors to get an idea of the cost to start doing some of the rehab. They looked at 5 spring site locations and it was approximately $19,000. So using that as a baseline for all of our springs, if we were going to do a rehab on all of the springs, it would be about $125,000.
Okay, and the estimated time to go through a spring rehab project in labor time?
Depending on how bad they are, to do the 5, we were estimating almost about 2.5 weeks. About 2.5 weeks is what we decided on the 5 rehabs.
2.5 weeks for 5 springs.
Yes, and
Okay.
they're all real close together.
Okay. And just to clarify for the board and public, the reason I'm asking is we're approaching our budget season before too long, and this may be something to talk about for long-term planning. And then we have one spring that has a fenced area, but the measuring device is not in the fenced area, so I'm just wondering why it's fenced and if that's something that's the town's responsibility or if it's potentially an adjoining property.
That spring sits on town property. It's a collection gallery where several different springs come together. It's a concrete box that several springs come into and then contribute out into one line.
Okay, so the spring box is in the fenced area, but we measure outside of that?
Yeah, it's measured before it gets to that box.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Bill.
One follow-up question on the spring measurements. Do we have any measuring devices on the springs that are recording?
We do have Mays Spring has a magmeter that measures the entire spring before it splits, and 60% of it goes to Bone Mesa and 40% goes to the town.
Anything else? Yes, Dave.
One thing I think we want to pay attention to, and I know Michelle is looking at these springs, but we also have a pretty in-depth report from JDS Hydro about what priorities they think we should follow. And we also have a water advisory board that we haven't heard their recommendations yet. So I'm really leery on jumping or making decisions on the water and where we should spending our money until we do that. So I just wanted to remind the board of that.
Thank you, Dave. Anything else from the board? I do have one question. So if the ribbon cutting for the mural is going to be over the 4th, do we have any timeline on dedicating that park at all? Because there's the Marston Conversation Bench and the statue that is part of that whole thing.
We might want to discuss it with the other groups, and it may be something we can actually tie in at the same time. I think that would make a lot of sense.
Good. All right. Anything from the public? Yes, Bill.
Bill Brunner. Just a comment. I would hope that the town's purchasing policy would kick in with the project of the magnitude of redoing these springs, and that there would be multiple bids solicited before a contractor is chosen. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Suzanne, did you have your hand up?
I just wanted to speak briefly to the water tap, the public water tap. What do you call that?
Fill station?
The fill station. And I've had disagreements with friends about this, but I'd like to open people's minds, and hopefully the council can remember about water rates. I think when people fill up at that plant, they're thinking about how much they're paying per gallon. And I know I pay a lot less per gallon as an in-town user, but I have a standing base rate that I have to pay every month of over $30 whether I use my water or not. And the water per gallon pays for water production, I assume, and the base rate really pays for the investment in the system. So just because you're getting water from the town plant doesn't mean that you shouldn't realize you're also paying for the entire system, just like the rest of us all. I know people haul water and they have to pay for their own cisterns and stuff, but I've got to pay for my line between the meter and my house. If that ruptures, that's thousands of dollars out of my pocket that I have to ante up. If I want a pressure reducing valve on my system, that's something I've got to install. So another thing is people who come and haul water, I don't know if they're restricted to just once a month, but people who are on the 30-day schedule, the more water you use, if you go up above 1,000 or the increments, your rate goes up quite a bit too. So, and I'm also committed, I have to pay this fee every month, whether or not I use, as a single person, 500 gallons a month. I still have that over $30 a month base rate. So let's not forget the whole infrastructure that we're all contributing to as well. And I attend many public meetings. I know I'm a frequent voice and a frequent face here, but I'm always dismayed when it comes time to look at the ordinances, passing the fee resolutions, passing the fee ordinances, when people don't show up.
Suzanne?
Yes.
We're off topic
No,
at this
I'm talking
point.
about the rates on the water plant. People who are complaining about these rates that you're talking about here are welcome to pay attention to our agendas and come to those meetings when your voice can really make a difference, instead of realizing 6 months later it seems higher than you like. So please, please, come to the meetings. It's really important to hear the public's voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. All right, Paige.
Paige Smith, Paonia. I have two questions on your update number 7 in the administrator's report. The first one is the sales tax revenues continue to exceed previous year's revenues. I wondered if there is a dollar amount that we could see how much that is increasing, or is it perhaps in the finance report that'll be coming up? I just think that's important information for us all to be aware of. If it's coming up, that's great. And secondly, as part of number 7, the town received $184,000, and discussion regarding these funds will be upcoming. I just have a recommendation, and there was no resolution associated with the COVID funds that the town expended. And I think it's really important that a resolution be established for this American Rescue Plan money. And I say that for several reasons. There was a lot of consternation about that COVID grant, and there was no information presented to the public in terms of money spent, timing, when did it have to be spent, and I think people are quite concerned. So this is the time to get it right on this amount of money, which is a lot of money over 2 years. And I would just like to put in front of the board, and I will write it down if it helps, that I think a resolution should be established which describes the source of this money, how it was provided, you know, how was the number established for Paonia. It includes a copy of the award in terms of conditions that was signed by the town, and how, when and how this has to be spent. And I'm especially concerned that how this is spent has to be put in front of the trustees. It cannot be a unilateral decision made in the office. And one of the things that you have to think about, and I think needs to be referenced, is there's a compliance and reporting guidance that goes with this grant, and there are infrastructure criteria that we have to, if you're going to do it for water, which I certainly agree with, but you need to decide how and which one of these criteria. And I think that needs to be part of a resolution after discussion. And the other piece is, this is money that you could leverage to get other grants from other sources, because I think you have till 2024 to spend it. I could be wrong on that, but what I read. But if you do that, I think it's important that any grant writing that's done be formalized, and that because of this, if you're going to go for water, that you have the Water Advisory Committee members be part of that grant writing, and that not be an ad hoc process. And I'd like to see this grant on the web page. I think there's been issues because, I mean, any contracting that goes along with this be on the web page, as well as previous contracts. I think if the contract with Clisette maybe was on the web page, there'd be less consternation. So those are my suggestions, and if they feel like you want me to write it on that sheet, I will, just as a placeholder.
Thank you, Paige.
Would you like me to do it that way? Or, okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the town attorney's report. Bo?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a written report that's included in the packet. In terms of long-range planning, I'd like to draw the trustees to the fact that my firm will not be looking to renew its contract at the end of this year. Based on that, I'd like to assist with the appropriate committees and the trustees in terms of helping set the budget and the interview process, and if and when you do select new legal counsel, to the fullest extent possible, cooperating with a smooth transition.
Okay, thank you, Bo. Any questions for Bo? Yes, Michelle.
Well, I'd like to thank Attorney Nerlin for his service, and I'm completely unfamiliar with what the process should look like to begin seeking out new legal counsel. I appreciate the offer to help with that. Have any of our current board members been through that process before, or is this going to be new to all of us?
We went through a pretty extensive process when we hired the judge. I don't think it's unfamiliar to use a similar process for that.
Okay.
I'm disappointed that this contract will end, because I really appreciated Bo's service immensely. And if there's anything we can do to change that decision, I'd like to do that.
Okay.
Anything else, Michelle?
Just in terms of process, I feel like the sooner we can get started with that, the better. Is that going to be Finance and Personnel Committee heading that up? Is that? Okay. Thank you.
All right, other questions for Bo from the board? All right, seeing none, anything from the public? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the treasurer's report. Mr. King is not here tonight. Do we have anything to say in his stead? I guess not. All right, oh, yes, Bill.
Does anybody on the staff have an update on the, when we're going to see the audit?
I have been on the phone with them the end of last week, and I had some emails today. They are still working on the draft, and we were hoping to have the draft by Friday. They did not accomplish that. I do not have a new tentative draft date.
And is that audit ongoing, still affecting your ability to update the board on the various reserve accounts?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I think at this point too, Paige asked a question about the sales tax revenues. Can we get an answer to that right now?
I couldn't give you the dollar amount right now because I don't have it in front of me, but we do have a spreadsheet that we track that on, and we can provide that at the next meeting if that would be helpful.
Is that on ClearGov? Can they get that on the website?
I don't believe that's been populated to ClearGov yet, no.
All right, thank you. All right, yes, Dave.
Yeah, Treasurer King asked us to, or asked the town administrator to release the payroll, so he did that before he's on leave. We do have a item on the agenda right now that would affect the approval of disbursements, and that's why it's at the very end of your packet, because when we talk about that lit sign, if we approve them, then that would be part of the disbursements. So disbursements will be held off until the very end.
Okay, thank you, Dave. All right, let's move on. Oh, I'm sorry, Bill. Yes.
Thank you. Bill Brunner again. Has the auditor been made aware that the lower treatment plant is non-functional? I had a conversation with a previous auditor where he was not made aware of that, and he allowed that it would have changed the valuation of the town's property. And I think to get the audit right, that auditors should be made aware of that during this audit period, that plant was a brick. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to the consent agenda. I would make a suggestion, and the board can change their minds if they want. Because there is a request for a fee waiver as part of the Top of the Rockies BMW rally, would you like to take that out of the consent agenda and discuss that on its own? Or do you want to just accept the consent agenda with the fee waiver included?
Madam Mayor, aren't there 2 fee waivers also for Cherry Days?
It's all included in that Top of the Rockies. Or yeah, you're right, there are 2 fee waivers. No. Yes. Mr. Bushta, set me straight.
Bob Bushta, 502 Oak. No, the fee waiver for Cherry Days was passed at the last board meeting. This is the license for, or the special permit, or special event license that's on the agenda.
So, would the board like to accept the consent agenda with the fee waiver, or do you want to separate that out as a separate item?
Mayor?
Yes, Bill.
I think we should separate it out. We may end up with no fees, but at least people have a say. So I'd move that we separate that agenda item out from the...
Would you make a motion to accept the consent agenda with the exception? I
move that we accept the consent agenda minus the BMW rally discussion on the fee. I'd also point out in the minutes, under announcements on the second line, the rescue plan for minor cities is misspelled. It should be M-I-N-O-R. So, all right. That's my motion.
Got it. Okay. Do I hear a second?
Okay.
All right. We have a motion and a second to accept the consent agenda, accepting the Top of the Rockies BMW rally. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Sorry, another comment before we vote, if I may. There's a section that says that I disagree with the requirements of the open meetings law, and I just want to correct that. I don't disagree with the requirements. My suggestion was to waive attorney-client privilege, but I absolutely agree with the requirements of the open meetings law.
You sure?
Okay. Anything else before we vote? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Right, that motion passes. All right, now let's take up the Top of the Rockies BMW rally. Is there anything you would like to say, Mr. Bushta?
Bob Bushta, 502 Oak Avenue. I'm here representing the BMW Club, Motorcycle Club of Colorado. I'm also on the Smith Center board, and we are the hosts for the rally and have been well over 30 years. Obviously, Alan Smith started this. Our current board has been host of the rally since 2013. No organization has contributed more financially to this town over this past 30 years than the BMW Club of Colorado. Tens of thousands of dollars have been donated to this town. The most recent example is the roof on the Teen Center, or the Smith Center. The county provided $20,000. The town provided roughly $10,000. And the Smith Center board, using money saved up from the BMW rally, put in $15,000. So we actually put more on the roof than the town did. Not complaining, it's just what we did. So I do, if we're in the process of waiving these fees, at least for this fiscal year, I think we've already passed that. That bridge has already been crossed, and I think this is one of the situations where it ought to be considered for these folks coming to town.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, Bill.
Well, I would agree with you, Mr. Bush. The BMW rally has been a great contributor to Paonia, and I realized that somewhere along the line we decided that waiving fees would be a good idea, but and I'm okay with it. I move that we do waive the fees for the BMW rally, but I'd also like to follow it up with another motion that we have a discussion on when are we going to stop this.
Mr. Bear, if you'd allow me, I did put in the packet, we're only requesting the fees be waived for 1 year.
I realize that, and I'm okay with it. I realize we've done that for everybody else, but like I said, we've gone now from having fees come in for the park for years. Now this year we're not doing it. We've had COVID, I realize that. A lot of different issues come into it, but the board has got to make a decision on when they're going to stop.
All right, Bill, would you be amenable to breaking this into two separate motions? One to accept the fee waiver and approve Top of the Rockies, and then do a second motion on the discussion so we can have it on the agenda?
Certainly. I move that we waive the fees for the Top of the Rockies rally.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
For this year only.
Any discussion?
For this year only.
Yeah, for this year only, as requested. Okay, Suzanne?
I expressed myself the last meeting on this topic, but what I think, I love the BMW rally. I love to see people come here and having fun and enjoying our town. So I'm always really excited when I see those bikes here. But there's something really absurd about this fee situation that we're talking about here, because where does the money to maintain the parks come from? Some of it surely comes from the people who are using it for these heavy use types of events. And what's really great about the Beamers is they donate a lot of money to the town. So they bring money here. But it seems absurd that you say, well, you don't have to pay the park fee, but we'd love to take your donations. So my suggestion is, why don't you commit a portion of the donation to what would have been their park fee, so it is allocated to the maintenance of the park. They're these fees are necessary for the upkeep of that place. So it's great, waive the fee, but make sure you take a part of their donation, whether it be tree pruning or what, and just, or Ellen Hansen Center, and just make sure it goes to the basic maintenance and upkeep that the fee would have covered. And I really think you need to look at this. This is becoming a little bit, it doesn't matter if COVID's here, that park still needs maintenance. That park needs a heck of a lot of help this year too. So thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, Suzanne. Yes. Pamela.
I'll be quick. Is the fee waived for everyone who uses the park? I heard Arbol Market had to pay a fee. I'm not sure about that. Is that true?
Yes, Arbol Market had to
So
pay
I
a
think
fee.
that we should make that consistent across the board, that fee waiving process as well.
Thank you. All right, any further discussion? Yes, Thomas.
Sorry, Bill, you were right. Kind of. I said you were right. I remember distinctly the discussion that we had I guess it was 2 years ago now, about the first waiver for picking in the park. And you said at that time that it was a slippery slope. And I think that it doesn't have to be, because what we're asking, I think, is for some criteria for waiving this fee, right? And at the time, as I recall, my thinking was that because Pickin' in the Park was used largely by citizens, you know, that it doesn't make any sense for us to pay ourselves, you know. So I think that that might be some sort of criteria. And there was an event not long after that that was private and charged a fee, and I think that's pretty clear that you know doesn't merit a waiving the park fee. You know, if somebody's going to charge an entrance fee and it's not going to be open to the public. So if you're looking for criteria, perhaps you could say the attendance of Paonians might be one way to judge it. Thanks.
Thank you, Thomas. All right, anything else? All right, we have a motion and a second to waive the fee and accept the Top of the Rockies. Any, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Thank you very much, Mr. Bushra, for everything you do for our community.
No problem, ma'am. I do have two comments. One's a simple one. The BMW rally, although the camping area we like to keep kind of restrained just to the campers, the bands that they have on Friday and Saturday night, as well as the beer garden, are open to the public. And so we've never turned anybody away. I also, Madam Mayor, would like to invite you to speak at the closing ceremonies of the BMW rally. That's Saturday, July 17th at 6 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Bushra. I will take you up on that.
Okay, I think Mr. Sweeterman was our first mayor speaker, so, but we've done it ever since.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the offer.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we put a agenda item on the next agenda or the following agenda to discuss criteria for waiving the fees.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion from the board? Michelle?
The GAPS committee was tasked with reviewing the fees and some potential criteria, which we're planning to do at our July 7th meeting. So we should have information for the board in advance of the next meeting.
Great, thank you. All right. We have a motion and a second, I believe. Any discussion from the public? Yes, Mr. Bushra.
I would just like to remind the board that I was part of the original group that included Pickin' in the Park, Harvest Fest. I represented both Cherry Days and the BMW rally, and we believed at that time that those fees were fair, that helped maintain the park, high use fees. So we have nothing against the fees themselves. It's just we've been, gone down the road of waiving them. So I'd be a fool not to request it myself.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Naropa Sabine, 225 Colorado Ave. Can I just clarify what the actual fees are for my own elucidation?
It depends on the size and how many days for the event, but give me just 1 minute here and I can go to the.
And I missed the last part of what you said, sir. Were you saying that the expectation was because of the history with the organization, the fees should be waived on principle? I just didn't hear that last part. So is this because, sorry, okay. There we go. I'm just curious, is this because the BMW organization itself is feeling cash strapped because the town is? I guess I'm just wondering why it would even be an issue if it's a negligible fee for an organization that has historically just paid it out of pocket without batting an eye. But I guess I'm missing something here. I don't know.
Well, as the Paonia coordinator for the BMW rally, we pay the fees on behalf of the BMW club, and then they reimburse us. So we are actually making the request on behalf of the Smith Center and the Smith Center board, who are the hosts of the BMW rally.
But why this year of all years?
Well, because it was already it's a slippery slope. We've already, the people that agreed to the fees initially, one of them asked to have the fees waived. Then we followed it up at the last meeting.
All right, so we're off topic here, so. Okay,
but
press the button.
Were you able to get those figures?
Yes, so to answer the question specific to the BMW rally, the fee waiver request is for $400. The fees for large park events, so this is only for groups of 100 or more. If it's less than 100, there are no fees associated with park reservations. So these are large park events only. If it's a half day, it's $100 a day. If it's a full day, it's $175 a day. Multi-day rate for 3+ consecutive days is $150 a day. And then there are additional fees based on vendors and additional services requested, such as trash and alcohol and things like that.
Thank you. That helps my thinking because having worked in Picking in the Park a lot, I know how much stress is put on the parks. And obviously there's been this conversation about watering and pruning. And it just sometimes is nice to have that little bit of slush fund, especially in hard times. So I don't know at what point you stop sliding down the slope and say, this is the criteria, the end. So thank you.
And that's what we will discuss when we pass this motion to have it put on the agenda. All right. Is there anyone else who wants to speak before I have a vote? Yes.
All right, is there a portion within there that states how much rent we receive for groups leaving their sheds there, since they have so much stuff there? I don't know anybody who's any group that's able to leave their items on our property here in the city, so Arbol can, with no fees. Is there a fee for that?
Arbol Farmers Market paid over $600 in fees. There's not a fee specific to the placement of the shed, the temporary shed that's placed on town property for the storage of their items. That was permitted because their event is every week for a period of 3 months, and so we accommodated to allow them to continue to store the items that they need to set up their event on a weekly basis at the location instead of having to remove and bring back every week for a 3+ month period of time.
So that was discretionary based on just them. And so if I wanted to, like I'm busting at the seams with my cooking equipment, and I do have a shed, can I put it there? I have a business in town.
This is because their request and their use of the park is in the park, and so we granted them the ability to place a shed in the park for this event only.
Very well. Thank you.
All right, one last call. All right, seeing none, we have a motion to put the fee waiver on the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, let's move on to the North Fork Valley Airport. Finally. Mr. Kuntz, Commissioner Kuntz, welcome.
I'm going to have to raise this up. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah. Okay. Well, good evening, board members, Mayor. It's good to see so many familiar faces. In your packet tonight, before I forget, with me tonight is County Attorney John Baer. John told me his job is to back cleanup in case I say something wrong. Yeah. So, in your packet, you guys will see an MOU and an addendum from the MOU dating back to 2009 regarding the North Fork Airport. I think as Board Member Pattison noted, we're quickly approaching budget season, and the county would like to get together with the town of Paonia and the Airport Advisory Board and talk about the future of the airport. You guys are also going through a master plan revision right now, correct? So this should be probably part of your master plan. And what we'd like to know is what's the future for the airport? Are we going to build additional hangars? John just signed a lease for an additional hangar this year. And we've got a lot of capital projects coming up, big ones, $300,000 plus. And as you guys know, town is a 75% owner of the airport, the county 25%. What I'd like to suggest to the board members tonight is before the end of August, as we get into the thick of budget season, we get together as a group, give you guys some time to consider it, and then get together with the county and the advisory board and figure out where we're going in the future with this. This is an excellent facility. It benefits all of Delta County, not just the North Fork. So that's my request for you guys tonight. Is there any questions?
Questions for Commissioner Kuntz? Bill.
You refer to the approximately $300,000 in capital expenditures that need to be made at the airport. Can you speak briefly to what kind of income the airport generates, and is it being spent as it comes in, or how is that money handled?
Bill, I don't have the specifics on that. The $300,000 would be for capital overlay on the existing runway. CDOT in the past has funded that at 100% level, but with the new regime in place, we don't know whether CDOT will go 0% on this, 100%, or somewhere in between. And we don't know where they're headed. They haven't been able to inform us yet. As far as the revenue, John's going to correct me here, but it's about $40,000 a year. And the county picks up right now 100% of the operating costs. So.
Roughly, what are the operating costs? Is it a zero sum? Does the place generate any cash?
I'm looking back at John as he ducks his head.
Okay.
Come on up, John.
It doesn't pick up on the microphone, that's the problem.
All right. So thank you. Good evening, Mayor and board members. I didn't know what titles you use. Okay. Thank you. I can do that. So I don't know that I have the exact numbers that you're looking for. Some of the numbers that I, of course, were looking at and most concerned with from my immediate was kind of the county's side of that. I think that Commissioner Kuntz, when he's talking about it's not so easy to kind of break this down because it's broke down between capital expenses and then operating maintenance and that sort of thing. Really, the revenue, and Board Member Baird, that's what you asked about initially, the hangar rentals right now, and these are going to be kind of broad, vague numbers because it's not always so clear to nail this down, but it's about $4,500 per year. In addition to that, and I'm talking just on the revenue side, the tower, so there's a communications tower up there, and that's what the addendum that is in your packet talks about. The tower rental fee on that is $10,200 per year. 1/4 of that is coming to Delta County, and 3/4 of that is currently and has been since 2014 or something like that, Corinne, since 2014 has been coming into the town of Paonia. And so if you put all that together, you know, you're looking at, you know, $14,000 or something like that of revenue. Expenses, and my apologies, I didn't prepare these numbers to the extent that looking at it as a whole, my numbers are thinking about this from the county's perspective, of course. But does that generally, expenses are exceeding revenue. There's no question about that. The question is how much it is. And I don't think it's to the extent, realistically, it's probably somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000. But pencils would have to be sharpened to get closer answers than that.
Thank you for your answers. Appreciate it. And my guess, I have one more question for Cindy. Cindy, you have income coming into the town. Is it segregated or is it dumped into the general fund?
The revenue from the cell phone tower comes into capital improvement and is segregated for airport expenses only.
And that's part of the MOU that indicates that's how the town of Paonia would handle that revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Yes, Karen.
I don't believe we have $300,000 sitting in that fund, so you're not expecting the town to pay the total capital improvements.
I'm going to let Commissioner Kuntz speak of that. I can tell you generally about the contemplation within the MOU, and it speaks for itself. This is a very well-educated board and well-educated citizenry. So the document speaks for itself, but basically it contemplates that the town of Paonia would be responsible for 3/4 of capital improvements. And that's a reflection of the ownership of the airport.
We'll need to talk.
And that is why I've come to ask that we get together as a group and figure this out, because if we are actually going to do capital improvements at the airport, we need to understand that before the budget season arrives. And we can start applying for CDOT grants if they do exist for this. So.
Okay, other questions for Commissioner Kuntz? Yes, Michelle.
Well, I have a question, but it's more for the board. So Dave can go ahead if he has a question for the commissioner.
Well, it just seems like rather than getting all 3 commissioners and all 7 board members together to try and negotiate these kind of things, it seems like giving a smaller group to negotiate this would make sense, like the airport commission. There's an advisory group involved, maybe a representative from the trustees, a representative from the commissioners, and a representative from our board might make a lot of sense as far as hashing it out.
Michelle?
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I wonder whether we should meet as a board first so that that board member is prepared to speak with the board's voice so that we have a consensus among ourselves.
And I would suggest that we invite the Airport Advisory Committee to join us in that discussion. They have more knowledge about this than anybody, well, at least anybody here on the board, and so having their input would be incredibly valuable.
And Mayor, if you'd like me to, or anybody from the staff of Delta County to sit in on that, we'd be welcome to.
We'll definitely keep you
informed.
informed.
But we do need to, at one point, formally meet with all 3 commissioners so we have a firm understanding of where the majority owner, Paonia, would wish to go with the airport. So,
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
I would like to take one other thing, and I'll pass it real quick. Invite you all. Delta County and Alpine Bank is sponsoring a Music at the Fairgrounds this Friday night. It's Bill Long's group from Fort Country. You're all invited.
All right, thank you very much. All right, comments from the public. Yes, Mr. Bruner.
Yeah, thank you very much for the airport. It's a real jewel, and I know people that fly there really appreciate it. I want to point out that I believe the taxes that are generated off of the hangars up there probably are 2 or 3 times the hangar rent. So there is more money in play there. And there is a calculation by one of the agencies of the state of Colorado that that airport generates hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in general economic activity in this area, with Paonia being the closest town to that. So, you know, carry on, but I sure do think that airport is a real asset for the town.
Thank you. Other comments from the public? Yes, Gia.
I'd like to second that. I don't think we should rush into making decisions that we can't afford the airport. I think the airport could be very beneficial in the future as the growth of Paonia gets larger or even, you know, starts to change. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Yes. Come on down.
Said it at 2 minutes. I'm probably the busiest guy up there for the last 5 years, and I've seen a lot of searches that were run out of there looking for lost people. We found some of them. We didn't always find them in the condition that we wanted to. The West Elk Mountain Rescue guys use on a phone call, they can get me up there, any place between here and Delta. And we found hikers that had been gone for, and bikers, as in motorcycle guys who didn't make it home, and a month after they had passed away on the road, on this side of McClure Pass. So I don't know how you can put a whole lot of dollars and cents on that, but I can tell you for sure that there is no better way to fight a fire in a very far out place, and then you can look at the Glenwood examples and see that. And that's that big burn on this side of the mountain over here, on this side of the valley, that side, was also aerial bombed when that fire occurred. It was a 4th of July party, fireworks. So I would say that you have to be kind of careful when you're counting the real beans about what it's worth, because it's attractive to a heck of a lot of people that are going to probably be moving here, and it's an advantage to have such transportation mecca. If the rock falls up there on 133, where it did a couple of years ago, your routes out of here or into here are very limited to Paonia, but not so much for that airport. You can get to there, you can get out of here, and that's happened. So that's my 2 cents worth. And I have a big, investment. I do a lot of work out of there. I'll say that.
Thank you, Larry. And I do also have a comment that was phoned in to me by Ethel Garrett, and she would definitely want a discussion period to review the MOU and get information and feedback from the pilots prior to making any decisions. All right. Do we want to designate people to meet with the Airport Advisory Committee at this time? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand. Oh, we got 2 hands. All right.
And just to clarify, you only hit this once. You don't have to hold it?
Yeah, just hit it once.
Okay. I went off. Okay. Hello. I don't know much about the airport, and hearing it described kind of piques my curiosity. And I was thinking it'd be nice maybe if the airport did a little more community outreach, or maybe when the board's dealing with the airport, if it is a jewel and we're looking at developing it, it'd be nice to just have a little more working consciousness, I think, for most of the citizenry, because, I mean, obviously it's a benefit for the firefighting, for transportation. Also, I'd be curious to know if there's a long-term plan, like what we could expect with this much kind of development in terms of access to bigger planes. Like, I'm just curious how far it could go. And just, so anyway, when the board meets, consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Sisson. I agree with everything that's been said, except as a caveat, I think we need to take into consideration what the planes will sound like going overhead and our property values and how that will hurt that in the big picture. I'm all for an airport though, but take that in consideration. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comment?
Where is the airport?
All right. Pamela, if you drive down Back River Road, as you're going to Hotchkiss, there's a little sign that says airport, and it's up on a mesa. Okay. All right, so does the board want to designate some people to meet with the Airport Advisory Committee? Yes, Michelle.
I would prefer that we discuss this as a board first and invite the advisory committee to join that meeting. I move that we either have a special meeting or get this on the agenda before the end of July and invite the Airport Advisory Committee to attend, at which time we can designate someone to participate in the negotiations and have some consensus from the board.
That's a good idea. All right.
We could have a 1-hour work session prior to the next meeting.
All right, so we have you want to make that a formal motion, Bill?
I move that we set up a 1-hour work
Wait.
session.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to?
You're welcome to amend my motion.
There you go.
Motion, but it was a motion, but I retract my motion. And I make a new motion that we schedule a work session prior to our next board meeting and invite the Airport Advisory Committee to attend so the board can develop a consensus. But if it's a work session, can we actually assign someone to negotiate? Wouldn't that be action?
Yeah, so two things. One, clarification, you're looking at the July 13th board meeting because we do have a special meeting on the 28th. And then two, you could do a work session with a possible action item at the end that would allow for, and we would just need to agendize that as such. So.
That is my motion.
All right, let me make sure yes, Bill?
I'll second. Well, go
okay,
ahead.
second it. Go ahead, second it. All right. So the motion is to have a 1-hour work session prior to the July 13th board meeting with a caveat that we may have an action item at the end of it. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. Thank you, Commissioner Kuntz, and I forget your name because I'm old. Thank you, John, very much for coming. All right. Let's move on now to professional engineering services, water infrastructure analysis, and scope of services. So, Corinne, do you need to dial in JDS? All right, board members, it's really, really important that you keep your mouths close to your microphones for this. Doug. Oh dear. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and do the Play Streets follow-up while Corinne works to get this going. But then that's you, Corinne.
We could apprise him that his car warranty is ready to expire.
I can send Doug an email. We also discussed the Play Streets information briefly at the Governmental Affairs meeting, if they would be willing maybe to touch on it with the board. I know we didn't go over it in detail, but.
Okay, Mick, Michelle?
Sure, so The understanding of the GAPS committee is that as a committee, we had been tasked to take a look at what was going on with the play streets and how we could create something consistent. Staff actually jumped ahead of us on this and prepared some information and a draft of requirements and an application process for the board to review.
Okay. Do we have questions from the board about this? Yes, Bill.
I noticed you have a sheet in here, the play streets and block parties, and you have a number of different criteria. Should we also have a season that we're going to allow this, or this is going to be open 12 months out of the year?
So just to clarify, GAPS did not prepare this document. Staff prepared this document, but I think that's a good question. I would be in favor of making it seasonal because I'm afraid otherwise it could interfere with winter plowing schedules.
That was my first thought, is it's going to become an interference item. I'm okay with the seasons. I think we should have it seasonal, but I guess we'll hear from somebody that wants to make an motion.
So would you say December through March would be disallowed?
Certainly, I think December's too late in the year. Maybe by the end of October. I mean, oftentimes we get November snows. So April through October.
So on the staff side, I would echo that. I think April through October, and of course a caveat could be if there's snow on the ground that we wouldn't be permitting a street event that would require a closure of the street, that if it would impact the snow removal.
Also, I'd add that sidewalks during that time on this street need to be shoveled, and so that play streets could interfere with that.
And the other point of discussion is the fee. In these documents, it is listed as $35. Is this agreeable with the board, or would you like it more or less? Mick, did you have something to say?
Just, I think $35 is a good place to start, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Okay. Yes, Karen.
I think this is a case where who's going to pay the fee? It's just a group of neighbors. There's no organization involved, and they're, just using their own street here. This is a case where the town is going to sponsor this, really, because you're using the town insurance. Maybe this is a case where the fee should be waived.
Okay, my only thought is, so we do have public works people who are going to deliver barriers and gather barriers up. So there are some costs associated with it. And whoever is organizing this, because somebody has to go around to get all the neighbors' signatures on a waiver, so whoever's organizing it can ask their neighbors to pitch in $5 and call it good.
Mayor, I would suggest we start out with a $35. It can certainly be added to the conversation that we are going to have for fee waiving. So for right now, I would suggest we start out at $35.
Well, do you want to make a motion then, Bill, to have this approved April to October with a fee of $35?
Mayor, I'd approve that we do this Play Street idea April through October. We place a fee of $35 with the understanding that waiving of fees is going to be a discussion item at some point in the future, and certainly that this could be included in that. So, but we'll start with $35.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
All right, any other questions from the board? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, just a couple of questions on the checklist. The checklist is in the packet on page 72. I'm just wondering if we could get a little better definition for a couple of terms. They're kind of vague. There's high vehicular volume. So I'm I'm just not sure how we're going to measure that or determine if one or another street is seeing high vehicular volume. And then it also says the street closure would not interfere with local traffic patterns. And so how do we define that? How do we communicate that?
So typically the traffic volumes defined by what kind of street it is, whether it's an arterial main street, and we have definition for those actually provided to us through highway users or through our highway users report. And when the reference to routes, that's like the truck route. We wouldn't approve the semi-truck route for a closure because that route needs to be accessible at all times by semi-trucks, delivery trucks such as that. So that, I understand we can beef up those definitions a little, but that's what those are referring to.
Thank you.
Yes, Mick.
Yeah, and I would suggest, maybe putting in the streets, first, second, third, grand, that kind of thing. But we can, I guess, talk about that later as well, huh?
Okay, yeah. And yes, Tammy.
Just a question, do we have designated fire routes?
If we do, I don't know what they are, but I wanted to make sure that was included. I'd seen it referenced in other communities, so that we are reaching out to the fire department to have some other conversations, and that will be part of that conversation.
Yes, Michelle.
Just piggybacking on Mick's comment and on Tammy's comment, could we just include a map maybe in the application process so that anybody on any street can glance at it and know if they're on a route where it would be allowed or not?
That's a very good idea. All right. Any other comments from the board? Yes, Karen.
Some of these on the checklist are just redundant. I mean, they'll be cleaned up a little bit, the checklist. And do we need a resolution particularly? I mean, we need an ordinance for this, or are we going to get corrected, Suzanne?
Yes, Corinne.
So the we don't need an ordinance to implement this policy and application, and the fee set by the board would then be included in an upcoming fee resolution that the board would approve at a later date.
All right. Any other comments from the board? All right. Comments from the public? Yes, Suzanne.
This is Pamela, and I just want to ask, is this, they would pay a $35 fee and then they could close the street from April, once?
They get to close it from, it's 1 day?
One day.
Day from 8 to 8.
Sounds good, thanks.
Okay. Yes, Suzanne.
I'm sorry, is that like 1 day per month? 1 day per season? When people get to close things?
This application restricts to 2 days in 1 month.
Okay. So I do want to say in section 17-4-50 of the town code, minor arterial is described as having a minimum right-of-way of 80 feet wide. So I was kind of curious, does 3rd Street, is it considered a minor arterial, or is it just your commonly used terminology? So I was wondering what methodology are you going to be using our town code when you look at, like, for definitions when you describe streets, or are you using the traffic code? You just said something about the traffic code.
I typically, when I'm looking at the street definitions, I use the definitions that were provided to us through the highway users report.
Okay, because I would suggest using our town ordinances, which is 17-4-50. There's a chart. And I think having a map, maybe even a colorful map, or of the streets, like our snowplow routes, is a really nice, would be really nice to take away the confusion for people.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Thomas.
I noticed that the application is specifically for play streets. Could this also apply to just like a block party, like a barbecue kind of deal? Could the language change to reflect that?
Guess if you consider a block party a play street.
I don't know, I mean.
I did define it as play streets and block parties on the first page of the application.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
All right, anything else? All right, seeing none. We have a motion to approve the Play Streets application contingent April to October with a $35 fee. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. Thank you. How are we doing on JDS? Okay.
I'm here.
Hey, welcome, Doug. Can you hear us?
I can't. Yes. How's everybody there?
We are fine. All right. So welcome. I really appreciate the fact that you're able to join us. It's too bad we couldn't get you on Zoom, but maybe next time round. All right.
That would be nice. But
That would be
the
nice.
phone could probably suffice for this one.
Yeah. Okay. So is there anything that you would like to speak to us about prior to us asking you questions?
No, the biggest thing is, though, is that the letter that we sent, I think was Friday, are you guys all have that in front of you to reference?
Yes, it's in our packet.
Okay, that's really the biggest thing in advance of asking questions, and as far as any thoughts as far as what we've proposed so far, as far as the change order, as far as collection of additional data. I'm just, open for discussion as far as what the board and the constituents want to ask going into this.
All right, thank you. All right, well, I'm going to open it up for questions from the board. Who wants to start? All right, Tammy.
Okay, hi Doug. Tammy Mack here. This is a question I did bring up at our advisory water committee meeting, and that is, would it be in our best interest to, I'm looking at page 60 on the, in the packet, and it's your cover letter, I believe, or it's the page 1 dated June 18th. Will 3 months of data suffice, or is it in our best interest to look at getting more data, a year or more? Because even the report, as I recall, says 3 months is really isn't enough to get what you need. Would you recommend us looking at getting more than 3 months of new data?
So, I can, as an engineer, I would love 3 years worth of data, but I would say that to any entity, not just this situation, because as engineers, we love to have as much data as we can. The one thing to keep in mind as far as the data, 3 months, and the important thing is that the 3 months might represent the highest demand season that an entity generally experiences. Generally the highest demand when you encounter irrigation is June, July, August, the summer months. We'd love to see more. The one thing to keep in mind is that the data that we're looking for is to try either to corroborate or to, provide more insight into the information that we have now. And of note, the information that we have now is that the master meter at the plant, we have a totalizing amount. And so in our evaluation, we essentially we evenly distributed that totalizing amount over 3 years. And so it wasn't month to month, it was a total use, and so it didn't really reflect actual use, but not how it was distributed through the year. And so getting a month-to-month reading would be valuable. So we might find, in all honesty, that the new data we get may corroborate it. Now, we distribute that evenly. So, and conversely, the demands that we received are most likely accurate, but they fluctuate from year to year, depending upon, and I say, sorry, the metered readings from the constituents, the paid for water, and so that fluctuated. The production water, which we're talking about from the plant, the best assumption we can make is that we just distribute it evenly over 3 years. So, I mean, 3 months of data might give us some idea that the way that we distribute it was correct, or it might show that we were generally flawed as far as how it was distributed, and so it might give us more insight for there. But 3 months, we might know something. 6 months might be better. I mean, it's one of those things where I might recommend we start at 3, see what the data looks like, and then we might go to 6 months if we think, hey, this is showing something erroneous with the assumptions that were made from the original data that we had. So I guess my suggestion is I would start with 3 and see where that takes us, and then if it ends up being, and know this, is that if we collect 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, it won't change our change order proposal one bit, because JDS isn't doing the work. I mean, we can take a peek at it, but it doesn't cost anything for us to open up the files, take a look at it, and provide some input. So it won't change our change order proposal scope or our amount. It's just a little bit further on down the road as to when we would be able to develop the final product and complete the final analysis. So that's kind of my recommendation, Tammy.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Yes, Michelle.
So just to be clear on that, whether we provide 3 months of data now or 6 months of data after another 3 months passes, the cost to the town is going to be the same, but it's going to push back when we receive a final report.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. In my reading of the first page, JDS Hydro says that 3 months of data is insufficient to base any substantial capital improvement upon. And I think that's really what we need. The near-term decision-making is somewhat helpful, but I feel like near-term decision-making is what we've been doing for the last few years. So doing more of that, I don't see that gets us very far. I would be more in favor of doing everything we can to provide as much data as we can so that we are better equipped to make long-range planning decisions.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Dave?
Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about the goal to lift the moratorium. For me, it's not as important to lift the moratorium as to get it right about whether the data about lifting the moratorium is right. So I'd rather see us go longer.
Thank you. Bill?
Well, I'm disappointed that the town couldn't furnish you any data. I mean, this process has gone on for at least a year. I think it's been actually longer than a year. And when did you guys ask the town for data? We might have one question. And specifically, each line item of data that you would be looking for.
And so, all right, so to answer your first question, we did ask for production and demand data throughout last year. However, though, there were other elements in which we were waiting for and that the town could not supply because of the infrastructure they had in place. So one was that demand, that production data from the plant was not available, from what I understand, is because the meter that was in place, and this is one of the elements about resources that are available to staff, and that the meter that was there was not functioning properly and can only totalize over the course of 3 years. The second piece is that we were also waiting for, as far as a hydraulic model, we would not have been able to finish the report until, oh gosh, I mean, even really start working on it until late in 2020, because the other element that we needed was the mapping that was being produced by SGM, because we had to use that mapping to prepare our hydraulic model. So while we were waiting data and data that was representative, We are also waiting for the SGM mapping to be completed as well. And I believe that mapping was completed and sent on to us in October of 2020. So, in fact, the hydraulic model was reliant upon that mapping that was produced. And so we came out, we did a survey, back in January 2020, and then came out again and did an inventory tour of the springs up on Mount Lamborn in August or September of 2020. And so we were doing other things while we were waiting for the mapping that would be used for the hydraulic modeling. And so there are other pieces that also contributed to the delay as well. And so the data that we're looking for line by line is really the production data from the plant. The other thing to keep in mind is that this production data, and this is one of the things that is maybe a more global picture, represents the use of one plant rather than two, because I believe the lower plant hasn't been operational for quite some time. And so what would be great, and this is great, this is the engineer, I mean, we could make do with the data we have now, but if we could have data with the upper and lower plant running, that would represent a more representative view of what the Peony's water system can do. And so I know that has not been available for some time, and that's been, as subject to the resources and what Travis has had to try to repair, and with the limited amount of staff and time that he has is subject to that. So one of the other things to keep in mind is that the data we're seeing now is from the use of just the upper plant.
Yeah, thank you for that. And we are working hard to get that plant online. It's in your report, you referenced the need for additional fire flows, and that really 3 million gallons of storage is a minimum for this town.
Yep, having both plants, and if you read our report, that's one of the things we feel was the contributing factor to the 2019 water failure, is that the water system was literally running with a figurative one arm tied behind its back, with only one plant available to provide water to both the upper and lower zones. So, that was a big contributor. And so that's one thing to consider also, is that the data and report that we're producing to at least set the base for some long-term decisions for the town is an analysis based upon one plant operating right now, when that in itself might not represent the full capability of the water system if both plants are running.
All right, other questions from the board? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, just a follow-up question to help me understand what's going on with the two plants. So the 1 million gallon plant has been described as basically a backup plant, not something that's used by our town in normal operation. So it shouldn't really have much impact on our normal outflow of water, our meter readings. At the same time, even though it's not been online, that is servicing our users, it has had water moving through it because we had spill data from that plant provided to the board several times over the last year. And I'm wondering if JDS Hydro could have access to the spill data that the board received over several months, or even over all 12 months of last year. That it seems to me that provides inflow data to the 1 million gallon plant, so you have more information about our capacity, and you've already got the outflow to the final paid meters. So you've sort of got your full equation there, even though the 1 million gallon plant hasn't been operating. It would only be a factor in times of emergency.
Yeah, and that is true. The 1 million gallon plant obviously would have played into the water shortage back in 2019. One of the things that we're looking for, though, is production versus demand. So the meter outflow to the residents in themselves, that's what's called a water accountability analysis. And so there's always a difference between what comes out of the water plant and what actually is being demanded or what's being served to the residents. And so those will always differ. And so having an accurate representation about what the users are actually getting and what the water plants are producing provides another insight as to how much water loss occurs. The other piece of the formula also is what the plants are receiving from the springs, because there's been documentation that there is considerable loss from the spring collection and then to the plants and what the plants spill. And so to be able to get an accurate representation of that would certainly be able to fully flesh out what the water system can do. So as much of that data as we can get that's representative and accurate, we'll only be able to provide a better product as far as it could be used to make decisions by the town of Paonia. So, and that's kind of our perspective as far as, the kind of data we're looking for, what's available, what's not available right now. And yeah, it is, the lower plant certainly could be a backup plant, but in situations like it happened in 2019, it certainly could have been beneficial to have that online. So having how that split, the ability to run water or up and down as an alternative between one plant to the other, how much water can be forced one direction from the raw water sources, are all considerations that would be helpful in our evaluation. And having the full, the full portfolio of resources available for the evaluation would only improve the final product.
Okay, other questions? Yes, Bill.
In your report, you mentioned a water loss analysis, and it says it appears that our system loses 35 to 40% of the water produced. Is that an additional line item that would be a change order if we were to decide to do that?
That would be part of the change order now. I mean, that 30 to 35% was based upon like I mentioned before, the static, evenly distributed water production from the numbers from the meter that we had available to us. And so that's one of those numbers that could change if we had, like I said, the 3-6 months of actual data, monthly data from the production meter. So that would be included in our current change order proposal.
Yeah, thank you for that. I didn't know that was going to be included in the change order.
Yep.
Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, just a follow-up question on that. Can you comment on the normal loss rate for a system in the western U.S. that would be similar to ours? A system where water is a pretty precious resource, where we're on the edge of a desert?
Yeah, so every system experiences some amount of water loss. 30 to 35% would be certainly elevated. The AWWA standard is somewhere between 10 to 20%. 20% obviously on the high side. I can tell you that we're working with communities. One is the community of Beulah that loses sometimes high 70%, and that's a huge deal. But 35% is certainly elevated. The area in which I think that some of the discussion about interest in trying to capture raw water, because the galleries and the spring runoff can be inefficient to capturing such high runoff coming down the hill, is another area where we experience loss. Now, it's not so much as production, because the other thing is that at some point, Travis has to release some of them depending upon water rights and the time of the year. So there's some times in which he has to release some of the water that is either captured or flows by the spring. But a 30 to 35% loss is not desired, but it is not outlandish. It certainly is in the realm of needing improvement, for sure.
Okay, other questions? Yes, Dave.
I was curious, this is Dave Knudsen, a trustee. I was curious about the report mentioned something about conservation of water and where Paonia stood as far as how well our citizens were conserving water. Can you comment on that? And then just as an aside, I learned a lot more about water systems than I ever imagined by reading your report. It really helped me get a handle on the complexity of what we're dealing with, especially with out-of-town sources. And one of the things I really liked about your report was you detailed the priority under which we should attack certain remedies. And so I'm hoping that you would look back at that again when you do your research and come take another look at which priorities you think are first, second, third once you've gotten more data. Thank you.
So there's about 3 comments, if I can remember the 3 of them while you're talking. But as I was trying to think and formulate while you're making your comments. One of the first ones, I think, was conservation, the prioritization, and there's a third one. I apologize. But one of the first ones was the particular Paonia system, and I don't remember if it's been commented in our report, but the raw water system, and actually the water commissioner and I, Luke Reschke, had a conversation when we were putting this together, is that for as small a town as Paonia is, it is one of the more complex raw water collection systems that is around. The network of springs is, it certainly is something to be commendable to Travis to try to navigate that, but I know that it is certainly complex in how they're collected and brought down. It's just the nature of it. That's the nature of the source. So, in relation to that, conservation was something, as far as the information that we had, that was reviewed in some of the older reports, and something that I don't think that we spoke to as much, because a lot of the information that we had in some of the context of the original RFP wasn't geared towards conservation. I will say, though, that the initiative, and I think this is something that started a few years ago, as much raw water that can be used in irrigation purposes is one of the things that we would certainly recommend. I believe that does happen in some locations, but the more raw water that can be used, captured, that doesn't go to the plant, investigated as how to collect it and disperse it maybe to the parks. I don't believe that Paonia has what would be called like a gray water system where there's a separate distribution system for water people's lawns, but any amount of raw water that could be used and captured and applied in a irrigation sense would certainly be helpful. I don't know if it was in our recommendations, but I do remember that was spoke to in some previous reports that we reviewed back in 96, 99, 2002, 2004. But that's one of the ones that would be helpful. I mean, having also tiered water rates that I believe that Paonia does employ, during water shortages, the ability to be able to go to restrictions, which is really employed in a lot of places. We still use it here in Colorado Springs, and many other entities, especially in drought conditions, certainly should consider water restrictions, even though they're not terribly popular. And so that's another piece in which we could probably look into in the next change order section of the reports. And speaking of recommendations, so yes, we do like to be able to prioritize those. We get a lot of requests from entities, not just to have a static distribution of recommendations. It is helpful in a report like this to have something which the engineers at least opine as to what should be employed before others, or considered before others. I mean, obviously costs play into that. Low-hanging fruit plays into that. Part of this report, and I think we wrote it in this letter, is that part of this report's purpose was to identify even things that that Paonia may not even know to identify. And so this conversation right here is something in which we would consider as a benefit from that report. In some circumstances might not have been the best, but having the discussions about what else could be improved, even on top of resources that are available. All these things are things that are important to consider, and as far as recommendations go, we will certainly revisit that in the next version of this, considering how much data we get, and certainly revisit those and to optimize those or reconfigure those depending upon whether data is available, and that we find out for the second go around. So we will certainly do that.
All right. Other questions? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah. First, I want to say I do appreciate all the work that's been done to date on this report. I think it's put together professionally. I think there are good recommendations included. At the same time, I want to echo Trustee Baer's statement that he's a little disappointed with where we're at today, and I am as well. I feel like it kind of boils down to communication, because if the data that was initially requested was, the way I understand it, especially from the change order, 3 years of monthly data. And if we weren't able to provide that, why did we not, as a board, know about that until we got to the finish line? And the same is true on if we're really lacking in staffing to meet the needs of our water system and of the study, why did we not hear about that until we got to the finish line? There's just some information that came as a surprise to the board, and if we are going to move forward and try to fix that going forward, get you the data you need, and get some good long-term planning out of this, I think we need to address the communication issue and figure out how we can get the board involved earlier if we're running into hurdles like that can't be overcome.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Yes, Mick.
Yeah, I think we definitely need to get the 6, 9, 12 months to get a good end to this study. But if I heard correctly earlier, in 2 months, the 1 million gallon tank should be up and running as well. 2 weeks, okay, 2 weeks. So we should be able to provide information for that as well then. Yeah.
All right, other comments or questions?
Mayor, just one thing.
Yeah.
Really, I think we need to do our data collection through the end of the year at least. I believe that September is some of the lowest flow months on the springs. And so I would hate for us to do much more without at least that long a collection of data period.
All right, I have a question. So, we have gotten approximately $184,000 in funds to do water infrastructure work. Considering everything you have looked at, could we use some of that money to help with your data collection and to get us a better result?
I would use that. That's a question I might actually defer to Travis, as far as what he could use and how much of that money could be used to improve his ability to, obtain data. I tell you, there's a lot, and one of the things that's probably beyond Travis's scope is the ability to measure up at the spring. And that's not going to help immediately right away for this particular analysis, because I think there's a lot more infrastructure that has to go in place. But as far as the production data, whatever can be used to A, get the lower tank online, and B, and I think Travis has already taken care of this, getting the master meter there to be able to read, total life for the month rather than over the course of the year. And I think you're already doing that. Then whatever those pieces can go certainly help that effort. But the springs collection data, and I say that because it is what it is. We could invest, and I think the report, some of the recommended costs would be pretty high, but ways to improve and help Travis be able to consolidate some of those lines coming down, to be able to read what spills versus what flows through flumes or through meters. But that's not going to be something that will happen in 3, 6, 9 months.
Okay.
That's more like wishful thinking, and this is something that Luke and I spoke to a bit too, Luke being the water commissioner. And some of that has to do with the intricacy of just what Travis was handed from 100 years of collecting water. That's certainly something that we put in our recommendations. But again, that 184, whatever could be used to help read specifically production, help get the lower plant online would be helpful.
All right, thank you. Yes, Mick.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see that money go towards fixing the meters that are not working, and as well as hiring an additional certified water operator.
And I'm not sure we can use the money for that.
For
I
either
think
one?
it has to be for infrastructure.
Infrastructure.
So, right, so we can't
Meters?
use it for salary.
Probably for meters, though.
Yeah, we may be able to use it
Yeah.
for meters. Okay. Anything else from the board? Yes, Michelle.
So are we still anticipating an August presentation of this report as a final version? Or if we do a change order, are we anticipating no final report until sometime in 2022?
So that change order would be for a presentation, a final report after the collection of data and revision of the report. So it would be, yeah, it could be 2022, it could be September, October 2021, whenever, you know, the board decides how much data, extra data, or how, like I said, I really feel that it'd be worth starting at 3, checking out the data, and then we move on from there. But it would be after the collection of all the data. We feel that we have enough to be able to make a comprehensive, representative, and representative product for Paonia.
Okay. Would it be possible to get, I know we already have this in the draft, but to get some kind of confirmation prior to a final report of your interim recommendations, priorities, any recommendations you have that aren't going to rely on that new data, and how you would prioritize those, I think would be helpful for us as a board as we start planning our next budget year, whether we have final numbers or not.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'm all for an interim kind of progress report in the midst of the data collection and seeing how that might influence some of the recommendations that came out of the draft. So yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, thank you. I have another comment. So we are currently in conversation with the RCAC, the Rural Community Assistance Corporation, to have them fund a rate study, a water rate study for us. And at this, you know, just preliminary discussion, we're looking at a November deadline for that study. Would that be helpful to you guys?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
That rate study would help with one of the gentlemen mentioned earlier about conservation measures. That would certainly be worthwhile to review and consider for potential restrictions or additional tiered rates to promote conservation. So I would say yes.
Okay, great. All right. Anything else from the board? Yes, Tammy.
I believe the last water rate study was done in 2016. Is that completely useless at this point, or can that be used?
Well, they say every 3 to 5 years, and so we're 5 years out on that one.
So we know for a fact there's nothing in this that could be used. Or was that, maybe I should turn this to Doug, was that something that you looked at, and did you find any use in that water rate study, or was that something you looked at?
We have not seen that, but we didn't ask for it either. And knowing that it's out there, I would certainly take a look at it.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else from the board? Yes, Dave.
I'd just like to hear from Trustee Meck about where the water board would stand on this and how they would help us with decision making.
So we did at our last meeting last week talk about our priorities, and I read a list, and I'd be happy to share that list. I came up with 7 and then added 2 more at the meeting, 9 things that we thought we needed. They are staffing, a PRV vault overhaul, get the clock treatment plant online and functioning continuously, monitor, do the work that's needed to monitor and measure spring flow at the source, repair of systems to reduce unaccounted for water, and maybe even do a water loss analysis. Ensure sufficient fire flow, which means that there's enough water pressure at the fire hydrants for the fire department to put fires out. Raw water storage, which is kind of farther down the road, but we don't want to lose sight of that. A legal opinion on our water rights, and of course a master plan, writing the master plan. So we have not prioritized those. We are working on that. We hope to meet again on the 30th. So in a nutshell, that's where we are right now. And we have 2 members that I see of the water committee, advisory water committee here. So I don't know if they have anything to add to that or any more comments, but happy to hear from them.
Yes, I am Philip Soriani. I live on Stucker Mesa, so I am happily not a resident of Paonia, so I don't get to enjoy the Palace Intrigue. But my background in water, I was a surgeon in my previous life. When I moved here, I bought a little farm and started asking questions about water. And when you ask questions in water, they put you on the board of directors pretty soon. Soon they make you the president. And anyway, I currently manage 3 or 4 small water companies and do some consulting. So my bird's eye view of looking at your system, and we're just beginning to look at it, you know, critically. You have a lot of data. I mean, for more than 10 years, there's been study after study that has outlined many of the problems that you have right now. And it seems to be that the history has been that we get a study, and then there's no action items, there's not much follow-up. We get another study, and we get another study. Dave Weber pointed out in 2002 a lot of the distribution problems that we have right now. So we grilled the engineer at our last water meeting. So my sense is that we don't really have a plan. We don't have a master water plan. We are simply reacting to a leak here or a process there. Part of that problem is that you're understaffed. You're asking Travis and Corinne to do a job that a full-time planner should be doing. And this full-time planner should be writing grants. They should be asking all the questions about rate studies. They should be, you know, actively involved. You're running a public water company. And so my sense is that one recommendation is in your budget next year, you look for another FTE. I mean a full one, a total one. And it has to be the right sort of person that has macro capabilities, planning skills, and that sort of stuff. So you're understaffed. What about priorities? We thought on the committee that we're going to be going into this thing next year without any money. It's very hard to run a public water company with rates alone. The talk about that somebody brought before about 2 pieces of the water bill. One is for infrastructure, the other is for consumptive use. Just as an aside on the out-of-town people, I haul water out of town. You have no control over the out-of-town people. In-town people, you have a meter. You know where the water's going. You have some control. Out-of-town people, you have a 500-gallon truck, shows up, hauls off. You have no idea where it goes. So in that sense, you've lost control of your water, which leads to this priority list. So out of some of this money that you have next year, I would say we've identified several things, infrastructure, solid things that need work. Your pressure reduction vaults need to be rebuilt. The worst thing that can happen in this town with old infrastructure is water hammer, and it happens all the time. So some of that money, I would say, and my preference, I speak for one, would be to repair those vaults. The engineers identified exactly where they are, what they need to be done, and I think we just need to get after it, get an engineering bill, figure out what it's going to cost. The second items are, I think if we can get a water accountability study done reasonably cheaply, remember that non-accountable water is non-revenue water. Now, if you have 30% loss, you're finishing about 150 million gallons a year. According to the data we have, you're using about 100. That's roughly 30% loss. So you can do the math on that. That's a huge revenue loss if, in fact, that water is going somewhere where it's not supposed to go. Now, the best towns on the planet will run at about 10%. So, and what the engineer said is absolutely correct. 30% is not great, but it's not terrible. I've seen systems with 60 or 70%. So non-revenue water. The third thing is that I have an engineering mind. I was a physician before, but we like to build models. And I've been around maps and all my life, and as good as that map structure is of the raw water system, I can't get my head around that raw water system. It's frankly, I think we can do better. Some engineering firms like Brown Hills, who just rebuilt your SCADA system for the lower plant, are specialists in looking at monitoring strategies. General engineering people can do hydrology and do water. If you want to start measuring stuff, then I think you get into a whole other layer of engineering. Now that our engineer colleague there may disagree. But I would suggest that we begin to try and build a model of those upper springs, where the pipes are, and I'm talking about sub-sonometer GIS mapping. And I mean, not a flat map. I'm a big fan of interactive GIS maps. The language of modern engineering is active GIS maps. It's not a flat map on a piece of paper. And when you got 33 springs that you're responsible for, I mean, yeah, it's all over. So one of my priorities would be taking a little money and begin to build a plan of your raw water system. Because once you've accounted for non-revenue water, then your only other source of water is what you're spilling or what's going down the creek. And that mountain is very difficult. It's hostile. It's very difficult to put a remote reader in, but it's being done now all over. And there are 5 flumes up there that we could remote read, probably for $8,000-10,000 a pop. But then you have to have that into a data system, which is not robust yet down here. So, so I guess my pitch is a little money for stuff we know needs to be fixed, some money for some planning, build into your budget some FTEs for more planning, because this is only going to get worse. We're going to find out this year whether our 9.9 cubic feet of water that we were allocated, which is a totally bogus number, by the way. We're lucky if we have 4. Oh, the attorney I was sorry to hear was leaving, but the scary thing to me in looking at this report was the state of those water rights up there. That is really scary. And so we need to allocate some of this money, in my opinion, next year, hire the best water lawyer you can find, and start digging through those water rights. Because if you start getting called out, and we'll find out this year who owns the water and who doesn't, but we need to know what the call structure is up there. Yeah. So anyway, those were just some thoughts. This is a very complicated system, but you've got some money next year. I think we can spend it wisely. I think the other issue is the engineers are pounding on data, and I have to tell you that some of this data is available, some of it is not. Part of the problem is you have a very clunky, old-fashioned system that requires a download of data from your meter to a specialized company that then reads the things. And so the engineering people like us can't get the raw data and manipulate it. You have to go through your intermediary vendor. And I think one of the things you should seriously look at next year is either a meter change out or a change out in your Wi-Fi strategy. What's going on in water meters now is amazing. You talk about smartphones. We have smart meters that will alert somebody in the town when somebody has a leak. These systems are expensive, and they may or may not be for Paonia. So from the Water Advisory Committee, we are sort of overwhelmed here with choices. I think the data acquisition, I wouldn't beat up on the town people too hard, because it's very difficult to get, and they're overstretched. So I would support the change, pushing this thing off, till whatever. So that's about it. It's been interesting, and I think we have a pretty good committee right now. So we'll try and help you out.
Thank you,
You bet.
Dr. Seriani. Thomas.
Hey, Doug, you still there?
Still here.
Awesome, thanks. So I guess to follow up on Tammy's list, note, the state of consensus for the Advisory Water Committee, I have together a survey that is going to go out to the committee, and we're just going to find out what our personal priorities or what our thoughts are. And in addition to the things that Tammy mentioned, I'm certainly going to include the options of raw water storage, the shared storage and various reservoirs, transient analysis, finished water storage, spring water transfer lines, rate studies, SOP development, line replacement, et cetera, like the laundry list. And we'll come up with our average priorities. For me personally, I think that the most actionable thing that can be done, and I believe that this is stated in the report as well, is to set up the partial flumes and V-notch weirs on the spring collection systems so that we can actually know how much water is coming into the system. Until we find that, I don't think, I think most of the rest of it's conjecture, as noted in the draft report. So that's my thinking on next steps briefly. We can go in a lot more detail at a later time. And that was kind of my understanding was we were going to come up with something at the June 30th meeting to bring back to you guys for your subsequent board meeting. So Doug, I just had a few questions. First of all, I want to state that I don't think anybody faults JDS at all for the state of the report. I think that everybody here understands that you guys have done a lot of good work, and any deficiencies in the report are circumstantial rather than a fault of yours. Doug, did I hear you say that you recommend the use of raw water for irrigation as part of our plan revision?
That's one of the ones to be considered, and I bring that up because it was one of the items in an older report. Dr. Siriani, I apologize if I didn't say that name correctly, but
you did.
Talked about some of the old reports that hadn't been followed up on, and there was mention of consideration for using raw water and it may be through ditches or whatever, but yeah, I mean, it's something that many communities do, and they'll either do it from their wells or they'll do it from their surface, and it's considered non-potable irrigation, but it certainly saves on water to not have to be treated in situations where it doesn't have to be treated. And so that is one way to be able to conserve money and also be able to conserve resources. It may be more expensive than it needs to be. For that, you may find it may not be financially feasible to be able to pull that off. But it's certainly something to consider if it's available and it can be done. It may be super expensive to bring water down the hill and to be able to filter water with, but it's certainly something to look into. And I thought I had read from one of the reports that it was something that was being employed, but it would certainly be something to consider.
Okay.
So,
cool. Thanks.
Anyway, that's
okay.
that.
Yeah. And a note regarding the background data for the report in general. I kind of grilled our town manager at our last meeting on Wednesday. John Plumstarns was, I don't think he was still on the call at that point. But I got some smoke screen. So what I did was I issued a Colorado Open Records Act request for the meter data since it was not provided to us and not provided to you guys. And I understand that you may not have requested that specifically, but we may be able to provide you with some much more specific and much more broad data in the near future. If that would be helpful, please reach out to us and let me know what data you would like and what format you would like, and I will do my best to get it to you.
Sure, that would be any additional data. I mean, we would love to take a look at it. So. As long as we know where it's from and what it represents,
sure.
So we can make heads and tails of it, that'd be great.
Okay, thanks, Doug.
All right, thank you, Thomas. One last call for the board. Okay, I'm going to open this up to the public. How many people would like to make comments or speak on this issue? Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes apiece so that everyone can have the opportunity to speak, and we only have 26 minutes left in the meeting, and we still have a full agenda. So step up and do it. Who wants to go first? Okay, Pamela.
I'll be brief.
Thank you.
We really don't know where Paonia water rights stand in relation to a river call or a water call. We don't know. I mean, I owned water rights in Cotopaxi in 1871, the oldest water right. The water, if there was no water in the stream, that's the only time I didn't get water, was the #1 water right. I went to Pueblo and researched that water right for a whole year until I found the deed that proved I owned that right, because the little town I lived in tried to take the water away. It's really important to know where you are in relation to a river call.
Yep.
Just to let you know, I've been through that process before. Okay, I want to know if the current equipment that's gathering the production data at the plant, is that working now the way we need it to?
Travis, please. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
So as of when were we able to start collecting data that's good enough? Like last week?
As the 15th of last month.
Perfect. And I just want to say, when we're considering water, it's not just all about money. It's not just all about people. You know, they're talking about piping the water down from the mountain, you know, and the other creek. What's the name of that ditch up there? Lone Cabin Ditch. And you have to think about the trees, the animals, you know, you just don't, we have to think about everything when you think about water. I'm just putting that out there.
Okay, thank you, Pamela. All right. Bill?
Hi, my name is Bill Bruner. I am actually the author of the moratorium. Just a quick comment. The conservation part of this is fairly relevant since we can't average our flow. It just doesn't work that way. If we had a reservoir we could keep the extra in that we saved, that would be great, but we don't. So when we ask people to conserve, when there's lots of water coming down, we're actually foregoing revenue. It's when there isn't enough water coming in, everybody's willing to conserve. The averaging part that I'm hearing kind of concerns me. I don't believe we have for the reason, you know, similar to the reasons I just put out, I don't think it's really valid to average our flows because our demand changes and our spring flows change. And I hesitate to think that the intent of the moratorium could be satisfied with such a short term of data collection as we're talking about. Reading from the draft report in the summary, it states that, I'm going to paraphrase here, that without replacing, repairing all the flow meters coming into the plant, that any assumptions on the condition of the raw water collection yields is conjecture. So are you saying, Travis, that those meters have all been rebuilt or repaired?
I'm saying the production numbers that he was asking for has been repaired.
So all the flow meters coming into the treatment plants that record raw water spring flows are 100%.
There's one that is still under repair.
Okay, so it says here that until all those are done, we're not collecting usable data, is the way I read this. So it's probably my time limit. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bill. Yes, Paige?
Paige Smith, 215 Delta. So this is all really complicated, reading the report and everything else. So here is my question. There's a video that was done that we should see soon. Is that video going to help us visualize exactly what pieces we're talking about here? The 8-inch line that's coming into town that needs to be redone, the springs, who has meters, where the flumes are, where are the sumps? Is it going to help this?
I wasn't at the tour, but the tour is of the plants themselves, not spring lines, town lines.
So it's at the 2 million gallon and the 1 million, and then will it help us understand where the piping is coming from those tanks into town and where we know where the weaknesses are in those pipelines? Because it sounds like that 8-inch line needs to be replaced, and it's a big line. So I feel like I almost want to ask, Travis, you're the one most familiar with this. If you were given $500,000, what would be the first thing you would do with that water system?
We'll give him a minute to think about that.
I just think you know more than we all do where the weak links are and where what we don't want to have happen again. So again, it's kind of a rhetorical question, but I hope that this big picture, we need about a 30,000 foot look at this, and we don't have 500, well, we could maybe get $500,000. That was just a number I threw out, but where we have got to figure out what's the first thing that needs to get done here that then goes to the next and to the next. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. All right. Yes, Suzanne.
I was on the board when the 1,000 gallon, 1 million gallon plant was rebuilt, the clock plant. And we were always told, once that plant is online again, we won't have the pressure problems in town and we won't have as many breaks. It was the plant, my understanding is the 1 million gallon plant was meant to service the in-town users basically. It's at a lower altitude than the higher plant. The higher plant is for the out-of-town users. I never understood, I never heard, I don't know when this newest thought of it's a backup plant for emergencies. That was never the intention of our fixing the 1 million gallon plant. It was an integral part of the water system here in town. And I know we're talking about pressure reducing valves. I'm just wondering how much of these pressure problems and the breaks that we're still having have to do with the fact that we're on this plant that's on a much, much higher elevation that's meant to be able to service the users on the mesas, which are at that higher elevation. So hopefully we can get this figured out, because I'm not sure, I'm really unclear at this point, and I don't know if you are any clearer than I am. You lack some of the history that I've been involved with there. So it would be nice to get that answered and understand how these plants work both in our systems most effectively. Thanks.
Thank you, Suzanne. All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none. So our action item is to approve the extension of the contract, for the amendment of the contract for the further analysis of the subject. And we can set a time limit on that, or we can do it, revise it at 3 months, see where we're at, or if we want to go ahead and set a date to the end of the year or whatever. But right now what's on the table is, are we going to approve the extra analysis or not?
I'm just curious about our caller. Does Doug want to be a part of this, or does he want to respond to anything the public said, or should we tell him good night?
Okay, Doug, you want to say anything before we make our vote?
You know what is interesting? There's one thing, and I did want to comment on Dr. Sirianni's comments, and I thought they were very poignant, and I think that he hit on a lot of things. I would have, it was a lot of things that he talked about that was of interest, and even beyond the scope of our report, that they were very good and astute observations. But I thought that he summarized a lot of our intent, a lot of what we've come across in our first draft of the report. But he did mention a lot of things that I would corroborate with, and that I would, things like this raw water system really is one of the most intricate that we've run, especially for a town of this size. And for the work that Travis does, think about this. Travis has to make potable water at his 2 water treatment plants, and then he has to go and he has to maintain 33 springs that are connected by I don't want to say a mishmash, but certainly different pipes have been tied on different pipes because of the topography is very difficult to bring that down the hill, and then to be able to administer water rights, to be able to know when he has to let water flow through. It would be great. I mean, what we're talking about as far as an automated monitoring system, it might be award-winning if one was to be able to tie that particular raw water system together, and to be able to, and I can guarantee you that Luke Reschke with the Division of Water Resources would be the first one in line to say, yes, please do that. I mean, it's just money. And to be able to do that in a environmentally conscious manner too, to be able to bring that down the hill, because Mount Lamborn is certainly a beautiful location, and you know, and the water rights associated with it are difficult. And when we talk about being able to flesh out, because I believe in the hydrology report done by Minion back in 1994, where they tried to make heads or tails of water rights. I think there's as many as 20.85 CFS available, and they're able to be able to say actionable water rights are 9.9 CFS. So there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot that's going on, and there's just the staff that's available to run that is challenged. And so it is an intricate system, an intricate potable system, and an even more intricate raw water system. So as far as our report goes, I'd like to think that it was able, at least the draft version, was able to pull together a lot of stuff. And another thing that Dr. Sirianni mentioned is absolutely right, is that there have been quite a few evaluations done, starting from the 90s. And there's a lot of talk about raw water storage. And at this point, raw water storage may not even be as high in the priority list as we identified. And I do agree that putting together a comprehensive master plan, even after our evaluation, would certainly be something that's recommended to be able to pull this together into an actionable 10-year, 20-year CIP document. And so I would certainly champion something like that as one of the next steps. So anyway, I think that getting actionable data again is certainly going to benefit the effort. It will certainly put us a little bit closer to a comprehensive set of recommendations that both the advisory board and the regular board can certainly consider and flesh out to potentially a next step. And a RCAC water rate study will certainly be helpful, but I would agree in the end that keeping momentum for some of these efforts is certainly recommended. Keeping momentum and not just reacting to a GLUTI designation where we had to have new water plants or some other emergency. Trying to get ahead of it. It does cost money to get ahead of it. So getting ahead of some of these issues and giving Travis and Corinne some support, because this water system is daunting. There's no doubt it's daunting. And so I think that this discussion is certainly going to benefit the staff, it's going to benefit the town and the boards to be able to get ahead of it. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Doug. All right, do you want to hang on while we do our vote, or you want to go bye-bye?
I will go ahead and go bye-bye.
Okay.
Fill me in tomorrow morning and on the results of the vote.
All right. Thank you so much, Doug, for taking the time to spend with us and giving your opinions. It is very much appreciated.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Bye. All right. Sharon.
Shereen Patterson, 218 Rio Grande. I have a, what's that? Oh.
No, you're fine. Just closer to the mic.
Shereen Patterson, 218 Rio Grande. I was under the impression, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Can you move closer to the mic?
How close?
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. I was under the impression from the last town meeting, and also too from the last Water Advisory Committee meeting, that Corinne was going to supply that raw data to the questions of Thomas, that it finally came to the point where she said she did have the raw data for 5 years and that they could get it. And he was asking if the committee could also get it, and she agreed. So I'm wondering, what is the questions about this raw data that does not exist, but it does exist because you confirmed it?
I think there's a confusion on which specific raw data we're talking about. So there was a question and a request for 5 years of the monthly demand data, and that has been provided to both the Advisory Water Committee and to JDS Hydro. And then there has been requests for the raw data that's specific to individual meter readings, and information that are specific to each individual person that's on a meter. That I confirmed with JDS that they didn't ask for that, nor do they want that. And I provided that information also as follow-up after the advisory water meeting to the Board of Trustees as well as the Advisory Water Committee. And the discussion at the Advisory Water Committee meeting where the question was broached to me, how long will it take you to provide the raw data? I was not in any way trying to create a smoke screen. The answer was it was depending on what data JDS wanted and asked for. I don't just do data dumps on the engineer if it's not a record that they've requested or that they've said would be useful to them.
Is that correct, Thomas? Not really.
Okay.
More or less. Okay. It's, I don't know. For people looking from the outside, you're not on the game, really. You're not on the game. This is going around in circles.
Okay. All right, can we have a motion to accept the amended, updated report? Or what would that motion be? Hold on.
Mayor Backren?
Yes.
I'm not quite ready to make a motion, but I'd like to try to articulate an idea and see if it's something agreeable to the board. So my understanding is we are now at a point since May 15th going forward where we can actually provide the raw data at the treatment plant that has been requested by JDS Hydro, and that includes our 2 million gallon, and as of 2 weeks from now should include our 1 million gallon as well. What I would like to see is if we could provide data on an ongoing basis, on a monthly basis, and provide it both to JDS Hydro and to the board and the public at the same time. So we see what they're seeing. And then request an interim report from JDS Hydro at 3 months, maybe a final report at 6 months, with the possibility to extend that if that's not sufficient data for them to make final recommendations based on our flow over time. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah. All right. So if you want to do
Madam
that,
Mayor,
then
could I ask that people that are engaged in sidebars, please take their conversations out of the room because, Thomas, could you please take your conversations out of the room because it's distracting to me with my hearing loss to be able to pay attention to what people are saying. Thank you.
okay. Can you put that in the form of a succinct motion so that it's repeatable?
If I may, I think you maybe want to break it down. I see maybe at least two motions, yeah. One being the data collection component, and then the other being the interim reporting.
Or the final report, because we need, so we need to approve the money for them to go ahead and do the further analysis. That's one part of it. And then it seems to me the data collection and the length of time that we're asking them to do this is another part of it. Yes, Bill.
So, okay, I'm a little confused. Approve the additional money. Is this the second change order that we discussed in the last meeting? The $4,900 and some dollars, is that the money we're talking about in the issue?
Yes. That is what we're talking about.
All right, so I'm going to try to make two motions. The first motion is that as soon as the 1 million gallon tank is up and running, we begin sending monthly data to JDS Hydro, and that the same data is provided in public packets as we provide it to them. So we're very transparent about what they're receiving, what they've asked for. Sorry, this is no longer succinct.
You're doing great. Let me repeat and see if you work with this. That as soon as the 1 million tank is up and running, we send data to JDS Hydro and release it to the board and public at the same time.
On a monthly basis.
On a monthly basis. All right, discussion from the board.
Yes, I would I would be a little hesitant to limit the transmission of data until a 1 million gallon tank is done. I know that we've been told tonight that that's going to be done in 2 weeks, so hopefully it is. If for some reason it's not, then we're not transmitting any data. So, would you, that's my comment.
Would you amend it, Bill, just to start sending them data ASAP?
So to include the 1 million gallon plant once it's available.
I will second that motion.
All right, so we have an amendment. All right.
All right. So, Michelle, are you comfortable with your motion?
With my original motion or the amendment?
Well, the original motion is the only thing that's for consideration right now.
Okay, my original motion stands because I think JDS Hydro has told us that part of the reason they couldn't do a proper analysis is because the 1 million gallon tank was not online. So I don't know why we're going to throw more data at them that they're not going to find useful.
Okay. All right. Can we get a second? Any further discussion by the board? All right, seeing none. Anything from, oh, sorry, Michelle.
One more comment. If the 1 million gallon tank is not online in 2 weeks as is the current timeline, it would be helpful to get quick updates to the board on why that is and what we can do to support the process.
All right, that's not going to be part of the motion. Okay?
Yes, correct.
All right. Anything from the public? Yeah, Bill.
I would suggest that you get in writing that this appropriation is going to carry this report through 3 months and then maybe 6 months and then maybe a year. And then who knows, it might be 3 years. You know, just to finish it up, they want an extra $4,000. And he sounded very generous on the phone, but like I say, I think I'd want to know, you know, it just doesn't sound right that you're going to be able to keep coming back for more analysis without coming up with more money.
Okay, well, that's not the current motion. But, so I have a motion to, as soon as the 1 million gallon tank is up and running, we begin to send data to JDS Hydro and release to the public on a monthly basis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. That motion carries. All right. Now I think we need a motion to allocate the money to JDS Hydro to finalize the study. In
Mayor,
whatever timeline it is. Yes.
can we just do an extension of the meeting first?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bo. All right. Would somebody like to make a motion to extend the meeting? I want you to look at our agenda and see what we still have to cover tonight.
Madam Mayor, even though we have a lot on the agenda, I would say move that we extend the meeting for 30 minutes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right. Now, to the money.
My second motion is that we approve the change order in the amount of $4,000, and I don't have the exact amount in front of me, but that we approve the change order to finalize the study on a timeline of 6 months with an interim report at 3 months and the opportunity to negotiate an additional extension as needed.
Okay, so I have to approve the change order to finalize the study at 6 months with an option to extend it if needed, correct?
To clarify, based on 6 months of data.
All right. Let me make sure I get this. So finalize the study at 6 months, and what was that last piece, Michelle?
Sorry, finalize the study based on 6 months of data
Based on, okay.
with an interim report at 3 months of data and an opportunity to negotiate a further extension if needed.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Discussion from the board.
One question, if I understood the engineer right, and I may be wrong, he was feeling that after 3 months, he can give us an interim report about whether he's on track. And that might be all we need. So if we say 6 months, for sure, I like the idea of taking it in stages. And if, maybe I heard him wrong. I thought what he said is after 3 months, he could give us a reality check, and that might be sufficient.
No.
No.
So what, sorry if I may, what's in the letter is that 3 months of data is insufficient to base any substantial capital improvement and very unlikely to result in a report that could be used to base long-term capital improvement. So, so we would get short-term recommendations, no long-term.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, any other discussion from the board? All right, seeing none, anything from the public? Yes, Pamela.
You can hear me anyway, you know. Just a quick question, does this data, is this going to include the springs that are they going to be in the, no, right? Just the 2 tanks?
All right. We have a motion on the board to approve the change order to finalize the study based on 6 months of data with an updated 3 months and an ability to negotiate another deadline. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, we can now move on to the second reading and possible adoption of Ordinance 2102, franchise agreement. Can I get a motion?
Mayor, just,
Oh.
sorry, quickly
Sure.
for clarification, the version that is in the packet is not the most recent version.
Oh.
I apologize. Section 810 was amended to read in full, and can I just read that on the record?
Yes, please do.
The company shall not deny service, deny access, or otherwise discriminate against residents on the basis of race, color, religion, national origin, age, sexual orientation, gender expression, or sex.
Okay, thank you, Bo. All right, can we get a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the DMAA franchise agreement as modified on the record.
Second. All right. Second, discussion by the board? Yes, Bill.
I still object to the fact that we're charging sales tax on the franchise fee, so I will be voting no.
Okay. Any other discussion from the board? All right, seeing none, discussion from the public? Yes, Suzanne.
You can amend perhaps this to exclude the franchise fee from the sales tax. It's kind of interesting because in the explanation that was given by your administrator or whoever, it says currently the town collects approximately $40,000 per year in franchise fees from DMEA that is allocated to the town streets annual budget. So we're not talking about the franchise fee, we're talking about the taxation of it. But you are claiming as a town that you collect a franchise fee from DMEA. But if you read in this letter from DMEA, it says in the second paragraph, DMEA, if you don't pass this tonight, will stop collecting franchise fees on behalf of the town. So you're not collecting franchise fee from DMEA. It's not part of their cost of doing business. It's not part of their gross revenue. They are doing you a service, and they're collecting this 3% of my gross use. They're collecting it from me and remitting it directly to you. But the thing is, before they give it to you, they charge your sales tax on it. So it's being collected to pay for the streets, but then you're also taxing it and putting sales tax on top of it. So it's just really seems unfair. It's not a lot of money that we're talking about here, but it's the perception. It's this kind of it's taking more money than you need to. It's double dipping is what it is. And I would really encourage you to in the definition of gross revenue here on page 75, 1.7, say gross revenue does not include the franchise fee. I mean, that's simply what Fruta has done. They have excluded franchise fees from the gross revenue because it's not part of the DMEA's cost of doing business. They're just collecting the franchise fee directly from people. They're not taking a cent of it. They're doing you a service, and they're taking 100% of the franchise fee from each individual and remitting it to the town. But it should not be taxed on top of that. Thank you.
All right, anything else from the public? All right, we have a motion and a second to approve Ordinance 2102, franchise agreement between Town of Paonia and DMEA. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
All right, that motion passes. Next, let's move on to local liquor licenses discussion regarding distance restriction.
Thank you. So I gave a brief statement and included some correspondence that I've had with the owners of the Bros Hotel who are present to speak tonight as well. I first off want to say, as I noted in the packet, that this is a conversation that they brought to the town several months ago, and I can't speak enough to their patience or lack of patience, I'm sure, at sometimes, for the amount of time it's taken before it's been brought to the board. We've brought it to the board a couple of times in just reporting and discussion that this was something that had been brought to the town to look at, but with all the other subjects that have been up and topics for discussion recently, this is one that hadn't been brought to the board. I did make a commitment to the owners of the Bros to get this conversation started, and that is what is in the packet. So this conversation initially started as looking at what do I do as new owners to apply for a bed and breakfast permit, which is a different process than other liquor licenses. And upon looking at our municipal code, we saw that we don't actually have a provision that allows the town to offer permits for bed and breakfast. That is something that you are able to do if you enacted an ordinance through the liquor code, but it's not something that the town has ever done. So we began the conversation at that level, and through that initial conversation, some correspondence and a follow-up meeting, it grew a little bit to if there was a desire for a bed and breakfast in general to hold a different type of license, what would be necessary. And so ultimately, specific to this bed and breakfast, the major hurdle for them is the 500-foot restriction. Also through the state liquor code, local authority, which would be the Board of Trustees, the local liquor authority, has the ability to enact regulations that could decrease or eliminate the requirement, any distance restriction requirements. City of Delta just did that recently, if anyone's following the news. So that's where I bring it to the board. I'm really looking for direction on what the board would like to see when it comes to permitting for bed and breakfast, and a larger conversation really about the distance restrictions and how the board would like to proceed with that. So I would like to move this forward as timely as possible in respect for the businesses that it does directly affect that have requested this conversation. Thank you.
Okay, comments from the board. Yes, Dave.
What kind of classes are held in Energy Tech?
My understanding right now is primarily, well, they were holding mining classes. I'm not sure if they're still doing those on a regular basis. And other than that, there is a privately run preschool facility that's also inside the Energy Tech building.
So we're really talking a 90-foot to the property line. Is that what the state law calls for, to property line or to front door?
It's walking property to property line.
Do we need to blanket change this restriction for all businesses in Paonia, or can we do it on a case-by-case basis?
Sorry. So ultimately, I think we need a modification of the code. Thereafter, I think that you potentially create a situation where I think you want uniformity, to be honest with you, because when that uniformity does not apply, that's when you're opening yourselves up, because a liquor license application is a public hearing, and you can have a concern that, hey, why did you do it for X and not for Y?
So we don't want to get into a slippery slope, as Trustee Bear warns us about?
I think we're going to call it Bill's theorem. Other comments from the board? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, so Denver, the city of Denver removed their 500-foot restriction for hotel and restaurant licenses in 2012. And I have a call into them to find out how they feel about that now, but since it's still on the books and they haven't gone back the other way, I would imagine they haven't had too many problems with that. I would be in favor of removing the 500-foot restriction for all licenses related to on-premise consumption. And I believe that includes hotels and restaurants, bars, everything but liquor stores, essentially.
Yeah, which would be the bed, so yeah.
Right. And my question is, are there benefits to adding a bed and breakfast permit versus just rolling them under the existing hotel and restaurant permit category?
Having researched it as a B&B owner, they may be great to ask that question, but I would think one benefit is that the costs associated with a bed and breakfast permit, if that's really what somebody wants, are extremely lower than the cost for a hotel restaurant liquor license.
Okay, other comments from the board? Yes, Bill.
So does this place serve only breakfast, or are you serving lunch and dinner as well? Sure.
Yes, please, would you? Thank you.
First of all, we would just like to introduce ourselves. I'm Suzanne Tripp. This is my husband, Mike Yangling, and we are the proud and grateful owners of the Bros Hotel, and we're just so happy to be here. Thank you for hearing about our request this evening.
Question is, do you serve lunch or do you just serve breakfast?
Just breakfast, that's it.
You have overnight guests?
Yes, very much so,
Yeah.
every night.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments? Yes, Karen.
So the liquor, is this like a wine and cheese thing in the evening? Is this?
That's exactly right. The only thing we hope to do is just offer local wines to the guests who are staying overnight. And I believe that we would need to have some type of food provision, a snack plate, some type of hors d'oeuvre, which we would be happy to provide.
And you don't have an additional charge for your guests for this, or that's included with the overnight fee?
Well, go ahead.
It would depend on the type of permit or license. The bed and breakfast permit specifies that it has to be complimentary.
Okay.
So it would be included with the room rate, and it's only to overnight guests of the inn.
Great.
If we were pursuing a lodging and entertainment license or hotel and restaurant license, that would allow us to sell it versus give it away, which would be preferable to us. But there are a whole lot of other rules, as I'm sure you guys know, that go along with that, and the public hearing process, et cetera. So really, what we came to Corinne was just a way to go about addressing the distance restriction, because we have the great misfortune of being 430 feet from the school line instead of 500. So,
all right, thank you.
Where we're at right now.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Yes, Bill.
What's a question for you, Mary? Are you looking for a straw poll of whether we would be amenable to a change, or what are you looking for?
What I'm looking for is, do we want to move forward with changing our ordinance?
Yeah, that's a great question, Trustee Bear. It's a discussion item only this evening, and so I think from the staff's perspective, we would just be looking for some feedback, and then we could present a revision to the code at a future meeting.
Well, I really don't have a problem with what you want to do, so I would move that we modify our ordinance to take care of this situation for not only the Bros Hotel, but for all that want to do it. Is that what you need?
Well, I think Michelle has frankly
Okay,
been on
maybe she's-
fire tonight with some
Yeah,
of
she
her
can,
motions.
she can articulate better than I can.
So no offense, but she had an interesting concept that it was just with respect to the removing the limitation for the on-premises location.
I don't think we can make a motion tonight. It's discussion only.
To have the modified ordinance come back to the board for our perusal.
mean,
I
that-
mean, yeah. So I just think again, is that the consensus from the trustees?
Yeah? Gabe?
I have a question for the owners. What is most advantageous in the long run for your business?
In terms of class of license?
Yes.
From the research we've done, probably the lodging and entertainment license. The food requirements of that are different from a hotel and restaurant license. Our focus is breakfast. You know, in the evenings, if somebody's having wine, a glass of beer, if we have to have, you know, light sandwiches or that type of thing, a cheese plate available to them, that's not a problem, but we can't do full-on dinner service. And I think my understanding with a hotel and restaurant license, it's more all-encompassing in terms of its food service during the hours of operation.
If I'm understanding you right, then if we go down the path of a bed and breakfast, that isn't as advantageous as that full-on license you're talking about. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I think the motion for the ordinance change then is where we want to go.
Is it even a motion? I think
No,
we're
it's
just
not. I
doing
think it's
discussion.
Oh, just, yeah,
Dir-
okay.
Direction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
So-
Yeah, bring it back to us.
Yeah.
Nicely done, Michelle. All right, I think we're okay.
Thank you.
All right.
So
very much.
it'll be back.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
All
you
right,
all for your
thank you
time.
very much. All right, let's move on to the coronavirus grant sign purchase and close out of grant explanation.
So first, I do want to say also, I wasn't in attendance at the last meeting, but I appreciate some of the feedback that was presented regarding the purchasing policy. I do think it's good to look at it and get some clarification. Some of the way that we've been operating is based on previous operations, and you do fall into that trap sometimes of, well, that's the way it was done, and you keep doing it, not thinking that maybe that should be reviewed and revised. So having looked at that, I do definitely think that's something that some additional language to the purchasing policy would be beneficial for staff as well as board and community to all be operating under the same understanding of what it says. With that being said, I know that upon the last large expenditure out of the CVRF grant, the town did provide the updated spreadsheet that showed the expenditures to date. There haven't been any additional expenditures since that time. And so included in the packet is an explanation of how the process to investigate the purchase of the sign, which would be the final purchase out of the grant funds. I do apologize that the spec sheet wasn't included. It was my intention, but that didn't make it into the packet. And also wanted just to give a brief explanation that once this decision is made, whether the town purchases the sign or returns the remaining portion of grant funds to DOLA, at that time we will have finalized any expenditures related to this, at which time our finance officer, Cindy, will put together the final request for reimbursement to DOLA, and it's our intention then to have the full spreadsheet of all expenditures that have been made in the packet for a review by the board and available for the community to also review.
And I think the other thing to add to this is that our deadline is June 30th. So we need to either expend these funds or return them to DOLA at the end of that time.
That is correct. So, and also just for some clarification on that, coming into the end of 2020, which was the initial deadline for the CVRF grant, the initial deadline for expenditures was it had to be spent by December 31st, which then basically gives you the month of January to finalize your reimbursement requests and get those submitted. So when we talk about expending, we have to provide to DOLA proof of the canceled check. So it's really expending it, not just approving the expense. So that was the initial deadline, was December 31st, 2020. Coming into the end of the year and with COVID still going on, at that point, pretty heavy in comparison to where everyone hoped we would be, the state extended that deadline to December 31st, 2021. What happened about a month and a half ago with DOLA was they found some communities had expended all of their funds and they were fine. Other communities needed more support. And so what they did is they revised that date again and said, we want all the communities that have funds that they plan to expend them by June 30th. If you don't, we're going to take them back and then we're going to offer them and reallocate them to other communities that may still need funds specific to COVID. So that's why that deadline has changed. This was now the third change.
Okay, questions or comments from the board? Tim?
So I guess I just want a little clarification on the actual sign, and is it under contract? Do you have a contract to buy the sign?
There wasn't a contract, but the direction and previous action was to look for this sign and purchase it. So we did, under the guise that we were following the same steps and protocols we had for previous grant expenditures once we received the grant funds, we did contact and order the sign. So if the board doesn't approve that, we will have to reach out to them and let them know that we're rescinding the order.
So the sign, I'm just reading Chief Ferguson's letter, that it could be modified to include a speed radar application that collects downloadable speed data from passing vehicles for approximately additional $1,300. Does that mean it can like issue tickets, or does this help the police department issue tickets, or how?
Chief Ferguson, would you please answer that question?
So with this sign, compared to our other radar sign, we could track data with this sign. So with this one, all I have to do is put a thumb drive into it, into the main component. It'll give me a date and a speed of vehicles that are going through that road. Our other sign doesn't do that. It's an older sign that the programming wasn't as great at the time, and we don't have the funds to be able to fix that one. So for this one, for an additional $1,300, we were able to get that option put into this sign. We will still be able to use our other sign, we just can't track data. For an additional fee, and I don't know how much it is because I didn't look into it, you can actually get another connector for this sign, the new one, that will do all data, all traffic data. So that's something that we can go on later on down the line if that's something that we're wanting to do. It'll, do all vehicle data or anything at that point in time for any grants that we might be putting in that we need to get data for or anything else, but that one's not built into this. Right now, this is a radar one. It's a K-band radar like we use in our patrol cars. It will flash at you and with just a thumb drive, give us the documentation of the vehicles that are coming through at that time.
And the other thing I would like to point out is this is a programmable sign. If you guys remember, there was a sign out near Twin Lakes when they did the COVID vaccines. So it would be a sign that we could use to provide data to the town. So we could say, COVID testing or major street repairs or whatever we needed as far as that.
Yes.
Suzanne, would you please either come to the podium and speak or not? Suzanne, it doesn't matter if you're talking to me or not.
So I wanted to know what is the documentation that it provides? What specifically is the data that it collects?
Right now?
No, the one that you're talking, the sign that you're...
right now, the capabilities that are on this one?
Yeah, that you're
Speed,
proposing.
Speed and time.
Okay, speed and time. So what is the other type of data that you'd like to collect? Number of cars, like type of car, license plate? What are we talking about?
I don't think it does license plate. I think that's a little ways down the line. I'm not sure. I did not look 100% into that because I knew that was probably out of our budget. So at this point, I only went with the radar version.
Okay, and then I was also wondering about, what was the direction and previous action that you received about this sign? When did that happen? And specifically, what was the direction and previous action that the town administrator mentioned?
I was asked to find a sign, to look at signs, to see what we could find, to fit the amount that we have in our budget. And so I went on and looked for the signs that were within our budget.
Okay, so was that an action, a board action? I heard Clerk, or Ferguson say that it was direction and previous action. So it sounds like the board directed you and voted to do something.
No, my direct supervisor asked me to go and look for it.
Okay, thank you.
Just to be clear, it does not collect individual vehicle information.
Correct.
Right, it just counts the number of vehicles that pass through?
No, that's the extras.
That's the extra, okay.
Right now, it just collects the speed of the vehicles that it's going through and what time those vehicles went through.
As a group,
So
not-
as a
not
K-band,
individually.
so whenever you're doing K-band and radar, sometimes you can get one vehicle and then one right behind it. It might only pick up the one vehicle and not the vehicle behind it. So therefore, it's not doing that. With the extra parts, I'm assuming that that's where it'll go into the extra data collection. And that was an extra, yes. 1,300 for the radar.
Bill?
Okay, so we ended up with this COVID relief fund with $16,000 that was not previously spent with direct COVID relief to different businesses and stuff. Did we explore other businesses? Because I've heard numerous businesses that did never get approached for that money. And now we're buying a sign when the gist of the grant was to help people. And I don't understand why we didn't do that instead of, and went and bought a sign. And then one more further comment, Mayor, it's 9:57. I would extend the meeting for another 30 minutes.
All right, do I hear a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
That motion carries. All right, carry on, Bill.
Well, yeah, I'm just a little upset that for a couple of reasons. One, that we're buying the sign. Two, this money gets treated as if it comes into the town and it's meant for somebody to expend. But it's the town's money. It comes into the town, and every expenditure over the spending limit should come before the board for expenditure. It doesn't matter if it's tax money that we collect from people or if it's enterprise funds or grant funds. The board gets to decide where it gets spent, and I think that has not been done in this case. And why didn't we explore approaching additional businesses to expend the funds?
Yes, Corinne.
Thank you, if I may. So I want to just address that a little bit and say that first, the CVRF fund was very specifically to support COVID as far as PPE for staffing and for administration. And a caveat to that was also to direct support businesses and community members. And we extensively looked into the best way to do that. We wanted to offer direct bill support to customers and community members, and we found that we weren't able to do that. We went out above to find an agency, a nonprofit agency outside of the town that we could then give funds to, which was the North Fork Senior Connections, to expend funds. And more than 50% of what we received, $68,000 of the $123,000, was direct support to individuals in the community that needed rental assistance, billing assistance, food assistance, and also and then to the businesses, which was The application for the business process was approved by the board. It was reviewed by the Governmental Affairs and Public Safety Committee. It got a lot of good feedback on modifications that were made. We did a door-to-door knock and drop off flyers to all the businesses that we were able to do without a business registration. And we contacted well over 100 businesses, as well as advertised on the website and used other functions to make sure businesses were aware. As far as why we didn't consider the 16,000 for other businesses, we did. We've had this conversation many times administratively in the office of where we could expend that. And so what we were doing was waiting to see where it was best going to be used. And it was initially the intent that as we were moving through and we were seeing we were no longer needing PPE support and things like that, that we did have an intention to either release the rest of that money again to a nonprofit if they were willing to do that, or open it up to some more businesses. But with a very quick deadline and turnaround, we were told by DOLA, you need to close it out by this date certain, and that didn't feel like enough time to try to present that to additional businesses, have them apply, provide them the funds, expend the funds through our disbursements, and have those checks clear by June 30th. So that's why that conversation for the remaining funds didn't come to the board.
Yes, Tammy.
But there was time to bring it before the board. Formal bidding in the purchase policy says purchases of $10,001 and above must be approved by the board, and it doesn't distinguish between grant funds, taxpayer funds, anything. It says quite specifically anything above $10,001. It would have been really nice to have been notified that this money is left over, and if it was presented in passing. I do not recall anybody saying, we have $16,000 we don't know how to spend. So you may have talked to other organizations, et cetera, and DOLA, but nobody talked to us. So I do hope that in the future we can look at how grants are handled by the staff and see if we can't be just a little bigger part of that. It would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I want to say I agree with Bill and Tammy on this completely. It is outside our purchasing policy. The purchasing policy, to me, is very clear when I read it. And I admittedly should have been more aware before getting to this point. But it is a clear policy, and we should all be aware of it, board and staff. Regarding the door-to-door efforts and the outreach efforts, a member of the public said to me that town staff did come to her door. The person who spoke to her did not know what it was about and just asked for her mailing address. She was told she'd received something from the town in the mail, and in following up with town, she learned that that would be related to the grant and the opportunity. She never received anything in the mail. She missed the deadline because it was never communicated to her that the application process was open. So, and we've heard over the last few meetings that there are other business owners that were in similar situations, never received notice of this. So I think we need to revisit what we're doing in terms of outreach. And we've also had a community member point out that we do have commercial billing on our utility bills, and that'd be a great way for us to identify business owners with or without a business registration. So we could have reached more people, gotten money to more people. The particular business owner I spoke to is now out of business because of COVID and will not be back in Paonia. So it's extremely unfortunate, and I know we've only got a week left. I would still vote that we don't purchase the sign and instead do all that we can to get this money into the hands of local business owners who need it. At the same time, one more comment. I feel like even if that's not possible, I don't think this is an appropriate use of grant funds. As we know, Back the Badge passed last year. So the Public Safety Department already has an increased budget for the year. So I'm not sure that when we're looking at grant funds and trying to recognize who's really struggling, where can we really put this money to the best use, that is in any way the best use of these funds.
Yes, Chief Ferguson.
This has nothing to do with my police department other than the fact that it has a radar to get data for grants and other things. Other than that, I have no plan on using it for anything other than town purposes, for road closures or anything along those lines. But this is not a town or a police department purchase. This has nothing to do with the police department other than that radar. If you'd like, I'll take the radar out, and then it's $16,000. That's the only thing police department related it has.
I appreciate that input. It sounds to me like it was the public safety department that was directed to purchase this, which makes me think it was directed toward public safety rather than being a general administrative town expense. But I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate the additional information.
No, I just have a knack of finding things online. So I get asked to look for things online.
Yes, Bill.
Well, I believe in your write-up in the package, you did say that you had to add $1,300 of police funds. And the sign now that's coming includes that?
Yes, so without the radar portion, it is 16,000. I have it right here.
It's close enough, Neil. I don't need it.
Without the radar portion, it is $16,015.18.
Okay. I also, clarification, Corinne. If we do not approve the disbursement at this meeting, then we can't use this money, correct?
I would say no. I would say we would need to return it.
Yeah, Tammy.
Okay, one more question. The radar, is that if people want to know how fast they're going, it would pop up? Or, so without the radar, they can't see how fast they're going? I mean, because I really like those signs when I'm going too fast, because I hate speeding.
Correct. The radar, without the radar, you only be able to program the words in it. With the radar, you can program your speed limit, and you can use it as a radar unit like our other sign that we have right now with the radar speed and everything else. So yes, it does have that feature, but without that extra $1,200, you cannot use it for that purpose. That's the only reason why I added that portion, was so that way we can have a multi-use out of it.
Michelle.
I just want to be clear. I love the radar signs. The one in Hotchkiss I rely on when I drive by it. I think it's very helpful. But I don't think it makes sense for use of COVID funds, and the whole sign is still outside our purchasing policy. I think if that's something we wanted to purchase, it should have been done using other funds and in the proper process through the board with bids. Yeah.
All right. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move that we go ahead and purchase the sign.
Right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any further comment from the board? Okay. Public? Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle.
It's hard for me to believe that we have $16,000 and no other way to spend it within a week.
It has to be on these disbursements. That's the issue. It has to be dispersed tonight, or we have to return it because we don't have enough time to do it otherwise.
Does DOLA have any provision for an extension, given that they kind of sprang this deadline on us?
Okay.
So the issue isn't the application, it's approval of disbursements. The Board of Trustees has to approve the disbursement, and we don't have another meeting before June 30th.
Yes, Dave.
Is it possible to approve a disbursement of grants? i.e., we would say we want to approve $8,000 for businesses, and we would approve the application process and approve disbursement of $8,000. 16,000. I mean, I don't know how much people need here and how many would come forth, but I mean, you know, what we got here is we didn't follow policy. We screwed up. You know, I mean, let's just be honest about this. It wasn't right. We're trying to make it right. It does make sense to me rather than, in a way, I'm kind of tempted to just say, send the money back. What's the big deal? It's taxpayer money anyway, and maybe some other community can use it more than us. But I'm also saying, I want to be sensitive to the business people that came in and said they weren't properly informed. Could we approve $16,000 in grants and really try to do a splash on the people that came here that didn't get that money, and we're approving up to $16,000 in individual grants through our application process?
Yeah, so point of clarification, as I understand the grant program, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have to have a specific expenditure. So you can't just say, well, this is a blank check that the town's going to use for businesses or for business purposes. If it was a specific allocation for businesses or that had qualified through a program that's the town set up, and we were able to kind of draw and have that line item for a specific, for Brunner Welding or you know, whatever it might be, because they had the application place in place, then that's the route that you would need to go. So you can't just do, as I understand it, just a line item, $16,000 for business.
Still trying to find an angle. You know, I'm trying to say, we approved $2,000 in individual grants based on the application process of people that come in. You know, I'm just trying to see, is there a way we can get this into the hands of people?
I think the issue is it comes down to the timing. I'll take full responsibility. This was not, like I said, sometimes you operate from a place, you don't go back and reread things, and you operate from a place of this is the way it had been done, this is the way that information had been, you know, done previously, and you keep moving that direction. And I fully accept the board direction and response that it doesn't fit what the purchasing policy says, and I'm happy, like I said, to have that conversation and just really make that clear for everyone. I think that's important and valid. The issue with this is the timing. So we have 6 business days left in the month, and we can't, so then how do we fairly and equitably offer it to the businesses? How do they apply, get an approval, and have a check cut and dispersed to them within 6 business days? I just don't think that is feasible. Like I said, intention is just that. Intention doesn't matter. It's what you actually do. It was always the intention, if there wasn't a good, feasible, direct correlation to COVID, to offer this money back to the businesses or the community. It just didn't seem to meet the time criteria. And I see that a month ago, maybe it would have if we had brought it back at that time, but that wasn't the direction in the discussion. We will endeavor to be more clear with these things and not just report out on them in an arbitrary fashion moving forward. But I don't see it being feasible to offer this in a fair and equitable way to businesses or community members through a nonprofit with a 6-day window. I just don't.
Yes, Cindy.
Point of clarification, the grant, the initial grant, the intent of the initial grant was to support the governmental entity with PPEs and staff support and support so that we could afford to switch to virtual meetings, to work from home. That was the intent of the grant. Partway through, they changed the intent and added the ability to add support to businesses and community. That is where the sign idea came from, was we didn't have any way to notify. I mean, they had to go borrow a sign from Delta about the COVID, to tell them about the COVID. So that's where this all came from. The intent of that grant was not for business support. They have SBA out there. They have all kinds of different programs going for the businesses that you go through the state and the government for. This money came to us for governmental support and switching over to going through all the changes that we had to go through.
All right, yes, Bill.
Can you tell me when this sign was ordered? What was the date of this sign order?
Tuesday?
This last Tuesday?
Yes, sir. No, Monday. I'm sorry, yesterday. No. I take that back. I have the invoice right here. Order date 6/10. It's last week.
So this purchase could have been brought forward at the last meeting on June the 8th for approval from the board. The thing that gets me is we get bum rushed into making decisions at the last moment. I think that out of spite, I would say we reject the expenditure, but that's just me being ornery. Go ahead.
Michelle.
I would also reject the expenditure, but not out of spite. I think it would be very difficult to go to a business owner who did not feel like they were communicated to about this grant and say, we couldn't get funds to you as a business, but we're going to spend it on a sign instead. I would rather give the funds back than have to tell somebody that.
All right, any other comments from the board? Yes, Karen.
I appreciate hearing the actual reason for the grant in the first place was support businesses to get PPE and get the things they needed for COVID. Government, I meant. And the businesses were added at the tail end. And the reason that the time thing was they changed the time frame from December to June. So, you know, in normal course, if we had until December, we might have done something different. But this is a purpose for a government purpose. So the sign fits in the government purpose, and it's the timing that's the problem. And the process.
All right, anything else from the board? Okay, from the public? Yes, Pamela.
I just sold my business, 234 grand, Leyline. I started it in 2020. I spent a shit ton of money. I had a whole concert series. I had wineries coming in. I had a music school started. No one ever came to me and mentioned anything about this grant. And when I asked at the town, there were no answers. I said I'd heard a rumor that there was some grant money going around, and nobody answered me. I have 2 businesses, both of them registered through the Secretary of State. My music therapy business brings in about $1 million a year, and I've been in Paonia since 2017, and you know what? I do really well, so I don't need the money, so I can take the loss, but there's a lot of small businesses who can't. So I want to know, how come, you guys know me, how come nobody said anything to me about this grant? Tell me where that communication went wrong.
I'll stand up and take the fall for that. My officers were the ones who went out to every single businesses as instructed, every business that we had a list of, and talked to everybody that was there. So if you
They never talked to me.
Just say, if you didn't get it, that's my fault, that's my officer's fault.
Well, and I mean, this meeting could go on, and we can look backwards and keep looking backwards, but I want to clarify as well that, you know, the town never intentionally hides the information from a business, and even looking at the sign, it's another avenue for communication. When I first came working for the town, the only communication what was posted on the door and what was talked about at the meeting, and if it was worthy of going into the newspaper. And we continue to add. So we put it on the utility bill, we post it on the window, we try to do door-to-door notifications, we put it on our town website, we do public service announcements to KVNF, and we continue to hear that we don't put it out enough. We put it out everywhere, and I can tell you, having just attended the Paonia in Motion in person, talking to Tracy with the library district, she says she plasters the things that the library are doing everywhere, but we're so inundated with information. She says she still has people come and say, why didn't I know? Or why didn't you put it here? And she said, I did put it there. So can we continue to strive to do better and provide the information? Yes, but we're pushing it out as quickly and as often as we can and in the ways that we can. And yes, we did task the police department, and I commend them, not criticize them, for doing door-to-door deliveries the best that they could to all the businesses that were open during the hours that they were able to go out and pass out the flyers.
I couldn't be open. I wanted to do a concert series in a little building that could not be open during COVID. So I lost all those thousands of dollars that I spent. Like I said, I do well for myself. I can do without it. I sold the building, I'm done. I'm not going to do that service for the town of Paonia. You're not going to have that beautiful little concert series in that beautiful little building, and you're not going to have a music school there. But I did come to the town and say, I heard that there was a grant, and no one gave me any information. So that is something we should be looking at. I talk to you girls a lot. I get along well with both of you. So let's just wonder where that communication went wrong.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from the public? Yes, Paige.
Paige Smith, and this is just an admonition that this is my point of making sure that the American Rescue Plan money is clearly spelled out in a resolution where it's going, and that we hear at every meeting what's going on with that grant, even if it's nothing. And what money's been spent, and a running tally of what's going on and what grants might be coming from it. This is crazy. This should have been much more transparent. Let's not do this again on this new one with free money. And I just want to say, I think you should give the money back. It's disingenuous to do this at this point. Give it to a community that can use it, hopefully, more than we do.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Bill.
So the statement is, I was tasked by Mayor Bachman to purchase, okay, the sign. I want to know where Mayor Bachman got the idea she can direct anyone to purchase anything.
Again, it was a misunderstanding, Bill, because we had dealt with the rest of the grant money in a way that went outside the purchasing procedure. It was wrong. I take full responsibility for making the wrong decision.
Why did you think you could make that?
Because we had done that with the rest of the money. We had discussed the whole grant program and gave away, what, $68,000 via this grant program. And while we informed the board, we never had a vote on it.
Okay, that's a really good point right there. I think there needs to be some tuning up here. And I would suggest one possible way to spend the money, if you were going to spend it, is take the list of businesses that pay a business rate on their water and their trash and their sewer, and subtract the businesses that already have received money, divvy it up and send them a check. Okay?
We don't have time to do that.
If you approve that tonight, you could. That's a
But
specific.
we have to, again, we need,
expenditure.
no, we
All right,
need
then don't do it.
specific
Then you can't do it.
businesses.
Send it back.
Okay,
Okay.
thank
The
you.
other thing is, I think that there's a huge loophole in the spending policy that should be addressed.
Right.
And I'll bet it will be. And that is the idea of serial purchases, that you can spend, you have $100,000 and you can spend it all with a series of $1 purchases. It makes no sense to me at all. This grant was for whatever amount. There should have been authorization from the board to spend that money, a vote and an authorization, because that's how much was spent. It wasn't $50 here and $10,000 there. It was the whole grant was spent without authorization.
Okay, point taken, Bill, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Thomas. Sorry, Bill. I mean, Dave.
Yeah, I think that this might be kind of like a symptom of a systemic problem where some people think that government spending money is a good thing, right? No matter what it is, it must be good, so let's do a lot of it. And that's a bunch of crap. Give it back. It's our money. Stop taking it and spending on toys or whatever, trying to find some excuse. Give it back.
Yes,
Mayor?
Christina. Yes.
I would
Bill?
like to call a question.
Please do. All right. The question has been called. We have to have a motion. Make a motion, Bill.
I mo-
I'm sorry.
I think that we've heard enough that the board has got their minds made up, and I appreciate everybody's comments tonight. This is a sensitive subject. Obviously, there was some issues here with how this grant money was spent, but there's not time to go back and publish another expenditures. That won't fit in the schedule, so we got two choices, either approve it or not. So I guess that's the question, and I don't think any further debate's going to. Yes.
All right. Frederick, you
Well,
need
okay,
to come
we,
up.
we
and-
have a motion to call the
Right.
question. So
we
the
have a
question,
motion to call the question, but I would caution the public. If you want to speak, you stand up, you come to the microphone, and you speak into the microphone. All right. So the question has been called. All
No,
in
no, no,
favor?
no, 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 no. There's
Oh,
needs to be a second. You need to.
Oh, it was. Karen seconded, or Bill
No,
made
to
it.
to the call of the
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So we have a motion.
Second.
What? All right.
You don't debate that, but you
Okay.
just vote.
All right. So all in favor of calling the question?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. The question has been called. We have a motion and a second to spend this, to buy the sign. All in favor? Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
That motion passes, or that motion fails. So the money will go back to DOLA. All right.
And Mary, if I can, there was
Yeah.
just a couple of questions. So for public to understand, a call, when someone says I call for the question, that is a motion that then has to be second, yes, and then there's a second and a vote.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you for clarification on my part. Oh, yeah, we need to do the time again.
I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting for 15 minutes.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That motion passes. All right, let's move on to Board of Adjustments, Board of Appeals, Planning Commission. So we do have open seats on the Board of Adjustments, the Board of Appeal, and we have one open seat on the Planning Commission. So what we are doing is asking for letters of interest from the public to fill all of these positions. So if you do write a letter, please say which board you would like to serve on. And that the application period begins Monday, June 28th through July 22nd. So just address those to the town, please. All right, next. Resolution 2106, town fee schedule. Now, this is for marijuana. So we're looking at the actual application process for marijuana licenses. Corinne, would you like to, Corinne or Bo or somebody want to take this?
So I know it's pretty late to try to have this
I
big
know.
conversation, but the application is included in the packet. It's very similar. I worked with the clerk in Cedar Ridge. It's very similar to the Cedar Ridge application. Basically, the additional information requested from the town is pretty minimal because part of the application process is to provide to the town the license application that goes to the state. This is the same way we do it with liquor license. The liquor license application that comes before the board is the state license application with additional information that the town requests. The main component of this is the fee resolution, which establishes the initial licensing and renewal fees. for the retail and medicinal marijuana licensing. Moving forward, any modification requests to the fees would be presented to the board in a request for a resolution for an updated fee schedule, similar to what we were talking about earlier with other street closures and other fees that the town sets from time to time. And I'm open to any questions regarding the application process or the fees.
Okay, do we have questions from the board? Yes, Michelle.
Are we, as a town, required to collect social security number, date of birth, that personal information? Because my understanding is then you do have to manage the data in a different way, and it might be easier if we could eliminate that.
We are required to collect that information. It's part of the information that we have to collect to perform the background checks. It is sensitive information. We don't store it electronically where it's retrievable by any outside source, and of course is always redacted information whenever we have to provide that to anyone outside of the regulatory system.
Thank you. And how were the licensing fees determined?
Primarily based on other community licensing fees and feedback that was given by the marijuana group that looked this over when we were going through the ordinance process, where a lot of the feedback they said was you want those initial license fees to be pretty high because that's where you collect the majority of your money. So,
thank you.
Other questions for Corinne? Okay. Question from the public? All right, seeing none, do we want to make a motion, or what do we want to do with this thing?
Move that we approve the license schedule and application form.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Further discussion from the board? All right, seeing none?
Sorry,
Oh,
one
sorry.
last question. How does this tie into the occupational tax and getting Chapter 4 of Town Code updated to include that? Do we need that before we can start taking applications?
So we can start accepting the licenses now. We'll get the town code in July for the adoption of the occupational tax, and then because I anticipate that it will be kind of August 1 before the licenses will be issued, so we'll have the 2 July meetings for the readings.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other discussion? Yes, Mick.
What's the process for determining who will receive the licenses?
Oops. So we plan to have the applications available for anyone to download or receive in a paper copy from Town Hall July 5th. And at that point, when the applications start coming in, they will be date and time stamped on a first come, first served basis. And as they're reviewed and they meet all the criteria, they then would come before the board in the same fashion. And that's when the decisions made on whether or not they receive a license would be through that public hearing process before the Board of Trustees.
All right, other questions or comments from the board? All right, seeing none. Anything from the public? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to accept Resolution 2106. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, dog registration fee waiver request. Michelle.
At Cherry Days to try to encourage dog registration by offering free dog registration. So I think actually there's going to be a little giveaway as well, and things like that to help entice people to get their dogs registered. So we'd just like to know if that's something that the board would approve.
Okay, yes, Tammy.
Can you remind us again what the dog registration fee is?
Believe it's 15, isn't it? It's 5?
It's 5 if
Five.
you
No.
do it like.
No.
Okay.
If your dog is spayed or neutered, it's $10. If your dog is intact, it's $25.
And isn't there a reduced fee if you do it early?
Yes, Yes, we do an early registration, and that's when it's $5. If you register December prior to the next calendar year, which is the license period. So it is a one-day waiver of the fee that the town is requesting. So the police department's going to have a booth at Cherry Days where they're going to be providing information, and wanted to offer that as an opportunity for people to free of charge register their dog, get a tag. In all actuality, the cost for the tag and the book is less than $60 a year. So it's not significant hit to the budget, not recuperating the 1 day of registration fees.
Yes, Bill.
And what is the benefit to the town for doing this?
At this point, we have nowhere to take stray dogs. More people licensed will have their addresses on them, and we could take them home.
Other questions or comments? Yes, Michelle.
I just want to add that the GAPS committee thought this was a great idea by town staff to do something good and fun and useful for the public, and also probably reduce the police department's workload for the rest of the year.
Okay, anything from the public? Yes, Suzanne.
I know we talked about fees a little earlier, you know, the park fee, but I think there's this huge issue here.
Jan?
No, I'm talking about dog tag fees.
And please be specific
I
to
know.
dog tag fees.
I am.
Okay.
It involves the greater issue of fees and how you are approaching fees in general. And I mean, you guys are here to look at the bigger picture, and it seems like every little fee is a different, it's handled differently, and I'm just urging you to look, you know, to be like visionaries here. And instead of like every topic having a different way of doing fees, you look at the bigger sense of fees, whether it be franchise fees, dog tag fees, building permit fees. I mean, park fees. It's kind of a mess.
Okay, Suzanne, you are off topic.
I am
so
not off topic.
Thank you
I'm
very
talking
much.
about
All
dog
right,
tag
we
fees.
have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, we're moving on to disbursements. Oh, I thought we did have a motion. Oh, my God. Well, then that
I'd like to make a
was my
motion that we have a dog registration fee waiver for the event during Cherry Days.
a second.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, now let's move on to disbursements.
Okay, we've had to modify the disbursements as listed in your packets by subtracting $17,300. I'm not sure if I got it right, but I think the accounts payable will now read $41,658.95. Does that sound right, Cindy? The transfer to Summit would be I'm making a motion, by the way.
Right, got it.
Okay, yeah. So I'd like to move that accounts payable in the amount of $41,658.95. That we transfer to Summit $184,616.40. Transfer to Summit $50,000. That we transfer to payroll $25,063.19. That we pay payroll taxes $26,017.68. Transfer from ops of $25,063.19. And a payroll direct deposit of $25,063.19.
Yes, Cindy?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you said, Dave, but I came up with $40,710.38.
Okay, so give me that amount again, please.
$40,710.38.
Okay. My calculator's wrong. I took 58,010.38 and I subtracted $17,300 from it.
$4,710.38.
My math agrees with Cindy's.
What? Okay. Her math agrees with Cindy.
Okay.
All right, you want to amend your motion then?
Sure, I'll amend my motion to list accounts payable for $40,710.38.
All right, we have a motion. Do I hear a second? Discussion. Yes, Bill.
One question, is the water meter for Wind Water for $4,103.40? What meter was that?
I'm sorry, can you?
Okay, while Corinne's getting that, do we have any other?
15 of these resetters at $273.56 a piece.
Do we want to extend the meeting?
Yeah, probably. You want to make a motion?
I move that we extend for another 15 minutes to 11 o'clock.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
All right, that motion passes. So, again, while they're waiting for Travis, does anybody else have questions on disbursements?
Found out why my calculator was wrong. There was a previous calculation there, and it just continued from the previous calculation. I
Got
didn't
it.
notice. All clear button. It's important.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Cindy.
Yes.
What are we leasing from Brown Hill Engineering? We've got May lease, June lease, July lease. Brown Hill Engineering, what are we leasing from them? The monthly 1710?
That's the monthly lease for the equipment, so that every 5 years they come back in and replace the equipment if we continue the lease. That was the secondary option instead of doing the buyout.
Gotcha.
And they hadn't invoiced on a monthly basis, so that's just bringing us up to date.
Thank you.
Did you get your answer, Bill? Okay, not yet. All right, any other questions on disbursements?
I would go ahead and follow through. I just wanted to figure out what it was for. If you want to go ahead and do the vote, I'm fine with that.
Okay,
But I just want to hear what the meter replacement is for.
okay. Anything else from the board? Yes, Cindy.
I'm pretty sure they're parts for replacing meters, not meter replacement.
That is accurate. We have a very small amount of space in there to try to give you a description of the item, which is something we've added. So Travis said there's 15 retro setters that they have to install with the meter to meet the backflow requirements from the state, and that's what those are, so that they keep them, they have them on hand when they're doing meter replacements so they can install them.
Okay, Thomas, you had your hand up?
I had a quick question about the general process for putting the packet together. I was trying to find some old expenditures, and none of the budgets are searchable. Like none of the text is searchable in this, because I presume it's printed and signed, and then scanned back. And I was wondering if we could get electronic signatures on it, so that it could be printed directly, so that the packets are searchable, so we can go back and find, like, you know, if I'm trying to find the expenditure on the JDS contract, I have to look through all the budgets, you know.
Right.
So could we revise that workflow to be
Well,
more? It would probably be
we
faster
can
too.
investigate it.
It would be faster for them to do it as well.
Well, maybe. All right, Suzanne.
I had a question about the EPC charge in the middle of the disbursements list, vendor number 1209. And it says invoice number 421 to 621 for $750. and it was the contract ORC agreement. What months is this disbursement covering?
April, May, and June.
Okay, I have a town administrator's report from April 27th, 2021, and it says the town will continue to operate under a pro bono temporary ORC until successful completion of testing for the new plant procedures. And so it says Mr. Leslie has agreed to operate at the town as the town's ORC, delegating operations to Travis because of his good working relationship and trust in Travis, based on his interactions and experience. And it says, we were told that it was pro bono. I remember members of the audience asked who was paying for this. Even last month, Corinne said they were going to do a contract and that it was going to be starting in June, we were paying. So why are we retroactively paying this guy now?
Because he retroactively stated he wanted to be paid for the time that he's been operating as the ORC. That was not the initial information that was given. It came after the fact, and at $250, I was willing to authorize the payment to him.
Okay, because also in April, I don't believe he had an operating plan written up for this town. I think that information was Cora'd and something was supplied. But in April, if he didn't have an operating plan, he was in violation of state law
Mayor,
rule.
I think we're getting off topic here. a little
No,
bit.
so what I'm wondering is why are we paying him for April at least?
Because he's fulfilling our requirements that we have with DOLA, or with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, to operate as the ORC in the interim, and that's why we're paying him for that.
I'd like to see his contract. Is this something that's coming before the board?
No, the contract did not come before the board, but it is available upon request at Town Hall.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second to accept disbursements. All in favor?
Aye.
That motion passes. All right. Would someone, do we want to go through my mayor's report is what it is?
Mayor, I would suggest, because of the hour, that we move to adjourn.
Yes, Dave.
All right, then I will move that we extend the meeting till...
Oh, it's been extended till 11.
Okay, all right.
All right. So let's go ahead then with committee reports. Yeah.
Yeah, before we jump past the mayor's report, I have some brief comments on that.
Oh, sure.
Okay. So if we're going to skip it for tonight, my request is that any reports that we skip make it into the next packet so we can still discuss that content, because we skipped the mayor's report at the last meeting, and that report has not been provided again. I had a concern about a statement regarding the American Rescue Plan in the
Yeah.
mayor's report, and we haven't had an opportunity to discuss it, and I would like to do that before it becomes
Sure.
too late to
Tell
do that.
me, what is your concern?
So the mayor's report in the last meeting said that everyone agreed to give money to One Delta County from the American Rescue Plan grant. I don't know, it didn't specify how much money or when that was decided or who decided, and it hasn't come before the board.
And it hasn't come before the board because it hasn't that has not been decided yet. It was a general comment in the meeting saying that it would be nice if everybody did go ahead and submit this, and it will come before the board when we figure out how much we're going to give.
Okay, thanks. So
we haven't committed to anything.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And so my main comment is, let's get all the reports in the next packet so we are not glossing over without discussing them when we skip past them because of the time.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. All right, so Dave, finance and personnel.
Okay, by the direction of the board, you've asked us about evaluation forms for the town administrator. What was emailed to each of the trustees today was an abbreviated evaluation form and the procedure, which is basically, we're asking each of you as trustee to email this abbreviated form to Karen by the end of this week, if possible. We'd like to compile that by the 30th. We'd like to schedule a review session with Corinne, have the mayor summarize the discussion for inclusion in the personnel file. That's the process in a nutshell. So you have in your inboxes the evaluation form for a format for Pages in a Mac or else a PC. And if you could make sure you send that to Karen Budinger. What our compilation we are considering to be a work product, not public information. So we're going to be pulling everyone's stuff together. We may end up just taking verbatim what you've each given, and we can all see each other's responses. And then that's what will form our discussion with Corinne. So that's where we're at. I'll entertain any questions you might have.
Okay, any questions for Dave?
I just want to say thank you for working on this, and I think it'll work very well.
I was going to start this by saying much to our chagrin, because on this item, both of us voted against it.
Okay. Since we have 10 minutes, can we get a GAPS report?
Yes, we can. We have some comments and requests for and actually from for the board direction. So the first item is should the GAPS committee review sidewalk safety issues and possible solutions, or is this a Public Works Committee issue?
Thoughts?
My guess is Public Works.
Well, I was just going to ask you to expand a little bit. I think that sidewalk safety is an important subject in this town.
Mhm.
I walk these sidewalks a lot. I see a lot of issues.
A lot of issues. There are.
And unfortunately, I think the really big driving factor is going to be funding.
Mhm.
But, and speaking about funding, you know, in a very short period of time, our funding source is going to dry up. So, but yeah, I think that we're open to taking comment. So,
So is that an agreement for Public Works to go ahead and do this?
Just for some context, we had some discussion at a GAPS committee meeting regarding a specific section of sidewalk that was unsafe for someone who had mobility issues. And it came up, is this even appropriate for our committee to discuss, or should we forward any questions we receive like that to Public Works and let you guys take the reins?
in the past, when we found sidewalks that meet that criteria, for instance, last year, we had a piece of sidewalk, and I forget the street it was on, Popular maybe? Box Elder, I forget. Where we had, the tree had to be taken out because of the, or Narga, the sidewalk was pushed up about a foot. So if you find places like that, I think it's paramount that you bring them to the, you can tell us about it, but you also should tell the administrator. Now, we typically fund sidewalks, repairs every other year, and we didn't do them this year. So next year would be the year that that sidewalk should be repaired. And if it has mobility issues, that's a criteria.
Okay, does that
Okay.
answer your question then?
Sure.
Okay. Is there anything else you would like to report on?
Oh, yeah, a couple other things.
Okay, go for it.
Just some follow-up information. The criminal mischief charges from May 15th, they were all related. It was the tagging that we had. No unpressed charges, but the damage was cleaned up by the perpetrator. Okay? The GAPS committee is requesting that the board review the STR surveys prior to the second meeting in July for discussion and possible action. If you need copies of those STRs, if you need copies of those, contact someone on the committee. We can get that to you. It was in the agenda a couple meetings ago as well. And also we have some recommendations for out-of-town residents on committees. The first is the GAP committee recommends that advisory committees should not be limited to in-town residents. Okay, number two is for any committee with decision-making rather than advisory capacity, out-of-town members would still be allowed, but would not have a vote. Okay? And the other one is, for board consideration, should applicants be required to live in the 81428 zip code? That, okay?
I don't think at this point we have any committees that have any decision-making capability. Everything is just advisory.
That is my report, unless Michelle has something to add.
Michelle?
Only that we may be reviewing applications shortly for one of our committees, the Board of Appeals. So we might want to make a decision on the zip code at the next meeting if we can.
That's a good idea. All right. Public Works.
Nothing new to report.
Tree Board.
Not much to report. They are holding their Sick Tree Day this Saturday. It is full up. They will have a booth in Cherry Days, at Cherry Days in the park, and I think it's going to be manned all 3 days, but I'm not positive. And then Advisory Water Board, I don't think we have anything else to discuss, but we are meeting Wednesday, the 30th at 5 p.m. to discuss, to see if we can set our priorities for the next moves on the water system, as far as repairs, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. Well, I think we have, yes, you may ask a question, as long as it is on committee business, and it can be
It's
covered in
governmental
4
affairs.
minutes.
So I had a quick question about the appeals board. Is the appeals board separate from the zoning board of adjustment?
No, they're the same thing.
Okay, so the appeals board, the zoning board of adjustment is described in state statutes, so I'd imagine they have to be town residents. And the appeals board is not, and it's kind of up to you to decide who you want to have on that board. So it sounded like you wanted people from in the zip code to broaden the base a little bit, but it would conflict with the Board of Adjustment membership if you use the zip code.
Have we put that in our code as to whether they had to be residents or not for the Board of Adjustment / Board of Appeals?
I don't recall. I think that there's a preference for in-town citizen first and foremost, but then we also have those characteristics that are outlined under the
Right.
IBC. So I don't want to answer off the cuff, but I'd be happy to get that information.
Yeah, that'll be important to look at.
Okay.
But the state statute won't let out-of-town people be on our zoning board of adjustment.
Well,
I don't
we
believe.
can look at it and look at our rules and
Okay, thank you.
modify it as needed.
Thanks.
All right.
May I?
Yes.
Sorry, quick reminder related to that. The ordinance that we approved for the Board of Appeals does say it would be the same as the Board of Adjustment unless otherwise conflicted. And I think if the Board of Adjustment requires a zip code and the board, or requires someone to live in town, and someone has applied for the Board of Appeals but does not live in town, then they would be otherwise conflicted. And in that case, we would have 2 different members, or could.
All right. All right. If there's no other business, then I call this meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and for slogging through this incredibly long